Tuesday, August 17, 2021, and we are here for a scheduled town board meeting and a CDA meeting. As always, we're going to begin with the pledge. Ken, can you please take the lead?
Thank you. Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ken. And Frank, do we have someone from our faith community with us
Yes,
today?
so in keeping with our tradition of having somebody from the faith-based community giving us our invocation, today we have Bill Van Helmond. Among other major titles, Bill is the Eucharistic Minister at St. Mark's Episcopal Church in West Hampton Beach. Thank you for being with us, Bill.
Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Supervisor, Town Council personnel, our Town Clerk, Town Attorney, staff members, and the great members of Riverhead in the audience today. Good evening. My name is William Charles Van Helmond. I am a Eucharist Minister at St. Mark's Episcopal Church in West Hampton Beach. And although my church does not reside in the boundaries of Riverhead Town, I reside in Jamesport. This is my fourth invocation before this board, and as it was before, it is an absolute honor and a blessing to be here to worship with you today. I'd like to ask each and every one of you present here to choose love over hatred, regardless of political affiliation, gender, religious status, or even our own backgrounds. And that includes the people on the town board that are our elected officials as well as members in the audience. Let's get along together instead of fighting and dividing. Let us move forward in unity, constancy, and peace, and find common ground with respect towards each other. Let us remember everyone is equal as our Lord Jesus has sees us, and let us look at each other in the same way. Let us, all of us here, have our concerns. Let them be heard, reviewed, and fairly evaluated for each and every person present, because everybody's business in this town is important, because all business to each and every one of us is important, okay? I also like to thank all the young people that are here between the Scouts and the Riverhead baseball team. Congratulations. The guys played sports, and I was a Scout myself, so it's nice to see that. All right, I'm going to read from the Book of Common Prayer. If you know it, please read along with me. And let's start. Most merciful God, we confess that we sinned against you in thought, word, and deed, by what we have done and by what we have left undone. We have not loved you with our whole hearts. We have not loved our neighbors as ourselves. We are truly sorry, and we humbly repent. For the sake of your Son, Jesus Christ, have mercy on us and forgive us, that we may delight in your will and walk in your ways to the glory of your name. Amen. Amen. Thank you very much for this honor. Have a great day.
Thank you, Bill.
Great,
Very
and
well
thank
done.
you, Mr. Van Helmond. As you can see today, we have an exceptionally full house tonight. We have some very, very special guests. We have actually three groups, two Riverhead Little League champions, and the Boy Scouts who are going to be here to get a merit badge. They're outside waiting. So as soon as we give the awards, they'll be able to come in and they're going to watch the rest of the meeting. And I want to thank all the parents, because I know you are behind. Yeah, you're the vessels of success for your children, and we want to congratulate the our Riverhead Little League, and of course all the coaches and the Times. And I know my husband was part of the CYO basketball in Queens for 20 years, and I know every Tuesday and Thursday practice and this, and they go on to the championships and getting food, and somebody hurt themselves and being in the hospital. So we know it, and we thank you for what you do for our community. The Riverhead Little League was chartered by Little League International back in 1952, and for the first time in the 69-year history, I am extremely happy to announce the Riverhead Little League 8 to 10-year-old team and the majors of both, who won the 2021 Little League World Series District 36 champion for their respective divisions. These two teams, under the guidance of their team managers and assistant managers, fought long and hard all season long, showing sportsmanship and maturity beyond their years. Their fighting spirit never wavered, even in the face of the toughest competition. On behalf of myself and the entire town board, I want to congratulate each and every member of both divisions, along with their managers, for a job well done. I will now call each player up to receive their certificate, starting with 8 to 10-year-old division champions. After you receive your certificates, you can step to the side, and we will take a team photo with the entire town board.
Okay, Supervisor, I'll start with the 8 to 10-year-old division. Does the town board want to come forward? And the kids will come up individually, and we'll present them their certificates.
That's all I need.
Thank you, Frank.
Okay, so first up, the 8 to 10-year-old division, we have Devin Caserta. Come on up, buddy.
Congratulations.
All right.
Okay, can you stand aside and we'll call your other teammates.
Okay, next up, Tyler Chataway.
Congratulations. You want to join your teammate up top?
Okay, next up, Travis Coate. Okay, he's not here, so we'll make sure he gets that. Okay, next we have Trey Edwards. Next is Grayson Gradisher.
Congratulations. Okay, you can stand with your teammate.
Next up, Wyatt Hartenstein. No, okay. Next up is Jason Hubbard.
You should say yes, and that's it. Congratulations.
Next we have Chase Kwasna.
Chase. Congratulations, Chase. Enjoy that.
Next is Edward Meyer. Next we have Benico Maselli Martinez.
Congratulations. Enjoy, like those glasses there.
And Connor Miller.
Congratulations. Thank you. I hope it happens again next year.
It will.
It will?
It will. Said that with authority, too. Next is Crosby Palmieri.
Okay, see you next year, right? Yeah. Because he
Right.
said so.
And Connor Sabio.
Congratulations, honey. That's a plus. Yeah. How many more?
And we have certificates of recognition also for the managers and the assistant manager of the 8 and 10-year-old division. That's Jeremy Savio, Brian Miller, Kevin Gradisher, and Leslie Kwasna.
Oh, yeah, so I get to know you. Okay.
Great job.
Congratulations on bringing it to this level, man. Congratulations on bringing it to this
Do we
level.
want a funnel behind the kids? We'll do a photo of everybody.
Can I get in here? Come on, guys, raise your thumbs.
Everybody say 2021 champions.
Raise your thumbs.
Winning.
All right. Okay, nice work, you guys.
Great job, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Now we're going to recognize the Majors Division.
Yeah? Yeah, I love that. Yes, good job. Thank you.
So next, we're going to recognize the Majors Division. And first with that group is Colin Chataway.
All right, Colin, are we going to see you next year? Yeah? Okay.
Next is Jason Davis. Next, Cameron Dick.
Hey,
I like that mask.
next year? Yeah, good job.
Next, Connor Dietz.
Congratulations, Connor. See you next year.
Next is Kyle Hubbard.
Congratulations.
And Drew LaGrady. Finn Lynch.
Hey, congratulations. We're going to see you next year, right? No.
Next is Braden Miller.
Are we going to see you next year? Yeah? Maybe?
Next is Jacob Olbaum.
Hey, good luck. I'm not going to ask the question. I'm not getting good answers later.
Next, we have Jason Perez.
Hey, Jason, congratulations. Thank you.
And Bennett Smith.
Hey, Bennett, how you doing? Good.
Next, Braden Williamson. Matthew Zambrisky.
Congratulations and good luck.
And we have certificates also for the managers of the Majors Division, which is Jason Perez, Joe Smith, Frank Zambrisky, and Andrew Olbaum.
Frank, congratulations. Thank you for everything you do for our children.
And we'll take another group photo with this group. This group's a little taller. It's not as... Can we see everybody?
Yep. Get tall ones.
Guys, can we just spread apart a little bit so we can see
All
the
the
guys?
tall ones on the side. Then the tall ones on the side. Okay. Tall ones on the side. They are tall. Congratulations.
Well done, guys. Thank you
some of the answers.
Are you doing the scouts now, is that, or no?
Oh, no, the scouts are getting married, they have to watch. Oh, they're working.
Are you aware of the website was not working on the sound?
All right, congratulations, both teams, and keep practicing, and good luck, and hopefully we're gonna see you next year, although some of them said they weren't, huh? They got aged out, and,
I don't know, but
That's good.
I like the confidence in those that say they're returning.
yes, then there was plenty
Yeah,
of
they
them.
age out, that's why they won't be back.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Great job.
And can we bring the Boy Scouts in? Sergeant, there were Boy Scouts outside waiting to watch the meeting, can they come in? The Boy Scouts
Their
outside?
leaders got them, have them coming in over here.
Here
Oh.
they come.
All right, we're good? Before I make any announcements, I want to take a second to welcome the group of the Boy Scouts ages 12 to 17 from troops all over Suffolk County. They're with us this evening because they're Eagle Scouts candidates working towards their citizenship in the community badge. We're happy to have these young men here among us, and who knows, maybe someday one of them will be sitting in my chair. We'll now move on to announcements. Even though it feels like summer just started, this Thursday, August 19th, marks the last Alive on 25, 2021. Everyone is encouraged to come out and join us for from 5 o'clock to 9:30 for live music, food, drinks, and there's even a kids zone and an outdoor movie. And once again, I want to thank all those who participated in our last events. They broke records, and we also want to have a special thank you to the BID, the Chamber, and all the downtown businesses who have worked so hard together to make these events successful. Next, I know I mentioned this during my last announcements at the last work session, but as a further reminder to all those who may be interested in discussions surrounding the allocation of CDBG funds, our CDA Director, Dawn Thomas, will attend our next work session this Thursday when the resolution that was tabled on August 3rd meeting will be further discussed. And I look forward to a robust and productive discussion. Lastly, some somber news to share. Richard C. Larson, longtime Wading River resident and planning board member, who served the town of Riverhead originally in the 70s, and then he returned again from 1982 to 1996. He passed away this past Friday, August 13th, 2021. Richard was also a fire commissioner in the Wading River Fire Department and was on the board of the Wading River Historical Society. I know my colleagues on the town board will join me to express our condolences to his wife, Richard, Mary Ann, their children, Colleen, Eric, Claudia, Rachel, and his brother. Edward, during this difficult time, we are grateful for his many years of service. Okay, moving forward, I'll ask for first and a second to move our town board meeting and open up a community development meeting. Can I have a first and a second, please?
So moved.
Second?
Good. Dawn Thomas, our CDA director, will now join us. Can you please come forward? Good afternoon, good evening, actually.
Good evening.
It's working.
We have only on the agenda this evening the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of the CDA on July 20th, 2021 at 2 p.m. So we need a motion and a second to approve the meeting minutes.
So moved.
Seconded?
Rothwell.
Yes.
Arap.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
The minutes are approved, and then I believe we would open it up to comments from the public relating to any CDA matter, if there are any.
Okay. Go ahead. Yes, it is.
So before we get started, I have an announcement to make, but Bob Kozakevich, did you have an announcement to make as well?
Yes. take off the mask so that hopefully folks can hear. I've left copies of the town board rules up at the dais, and I want to make sure that it's clear that your ideas, opinions, and thoughts are encouraged and important to the town board. It is important to the town that we hear from you. We know your desire to actively participate in the town board and CDA meetings. Respect and tolerance for all is expected. To this end, we ask that the town board conduct and the CDA conduct meeting be orderly and not disruptive. As some of you have been aware, the town in 2013 adopted rules and procedures for how we conduct the meetings. And as I said, those adopted rules and procedures are there. With regard to public hearings, obviously there's no time limit on how long you may speak. Under our adopted rules with respect to open comment, we do limit the comment to 5 minutes. This is something that the New York State Controller has weighed in on. There are opinions from the Office of Open Government as well that we can enact rules that limit the time you speak and how many times you speak, et cetera. So just wanted to make that preliminary comment and hope that we have a nice orderly meeting and that we receive all your comments and expression of interest with respect to matters before the CDA and the town board.
And I'm going to follow that up.
Wait, excuse
sir.
me 1 second. So Bob, you're saying we can overrule the resolution 219-161 that we passed on March 5th, 2019, amending the rules and saying there was no time limit on the public hearings?
No, I think the time, no. I said that public hearings are a different rule,
They're
that there's no time limit on public hearings.
They weren't covered in that law, in that code.
Okay, so there is no time limit.
There's no time limit in public hearings.
Right.
No.
Okay, good.
And that's, I think, pretty much
Confirming
understood.
that?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
very good.
confirming that, yes.
Okay, and before we get started, I'm going to add to what Mr. Kozakevich said. I'm going to read the following. It is the overarching goal of this administration to foster an environment that allows for public participation. However, at all times, there must be order and decorum, and speakers must be respectful of the town board and the need for order. Please note the 5-minute comment period is just that. It's a 5-minute window in which members of the public may let their voices be heard on a subject or subjects, but it is not a forum for back and forth dialogue, questioning, and debate. While New York State open meetings law clearly states that, quote, it does not require the public body to offer the public an opportunity to be heard, close quote, the town supervisor is the presiding officer of the meeting and seeks to elicit community participation provided order and decorum is maintained. Further, please be reminded, you'll have 5 minutes to make comments. The town board may or may not respond, and if they do, that does not, quote, stop the clock. You will be informed when there are 30 seconds left, at which time you must conclude your comments. Please be respectful of these rules and procedures.
So I want a clarification. So if the town board members interrupt, they can eat up my 5 minutes.
Yes, the clock will not be stopped for comments if
Okay.
the town board seeks to respond.
All right.
Yes.
All right, so we have Helen Hoyle, the Democratic candidate for assessor.
Okay, first off, my name's Ellen Hoyle.
Ellen
Thank
Hoyle.
you.
Yes.
And yes, I am the Riverhead
Okay.
Democratic candidate for town assessor in the town of Riverhead. I live in Riverhead, New York. I'd like to say meetings like this are one of the reasons that I decided to run for town assessor, because the way our town operates is very important to me. All right. So I'd like to talk tonight about the EPCAL project. Recently, there's been a great deal of disheartening news surrounding the 555 and its activities. For starters, due to lack of available funding, 555 had to dip in its reserve funds in order to cover the latest payment on its municipal bonds to the tune of a whopping $9.5 million. As such, they only have $9.5 million remaining, which in all likelihood they will have to use to make the next payment. Might I suggest that due to the concerning nature of the news, we should, at the bare minimum, require more than the nice secret note from their mom promising they have the funds necessary to pay the ridiculously low price, as well as the development plan that, by the way, we've yet to know anything about. Speaking of development, as you may know or may not know, the Brookhaven IDA this last month withdrew its agreement with 555 regarding the Dowling property. One reason cited for revoking the agreement was that 555 had, in violation of the purchase agreement, leased space on the property for Amazon trucks overflowing the Amazon Shirley location.
555 entered into an agreement with Amazon without permission from Brookhaven, without a CO, and without insurance. Why would we continue a relationship with an entity that would violate the terms of an agreement with an existing seller when the ink on the contract isn't yet dry? In order to save face, 555 announced that they were no longer considering using the facility for aviation purposes. However, lest we forget, when 555 came to Riverhead with their offer, Mr. Stuart Bienstock stated that 555 sees the Shirley site as working hand in hand with the EPCAL property plans. So what exactly is 555's plan moving forward? One more point of note, in a recent Riverhead local article, the attorney for the EPCAL project stated that the 555 was in talks with a nonprofit named the Community Housing Innovations, who had used the site for, among other things, dormitory housing for trainees and new hires. CHI would run the housing program and provide transportation to workplaces or public transport hubs. Yet the only information available about Community Housing Innovators is from a basic Google search, where CHI is most often reviewed and referred to as slumlords who provide subpar housing. One of the reasons cited for revoking the agreement was that the property, I already did that one. Riverhead should follow the heed of Brookhaven's council and instruct 555, as Brookhaven's council did, and say, if and when there's a real project, come back. The contract between Riverhead and CAD and 555 allows us to exactly that. There is no liability in exercising an existing clause in a contract, as your council most likely informed you by now, or should have. Offer 555 and CAD the same deal that Brookhaven did. Withdraw, or we will end the deal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm just going to say to you, Ms. Hoyle, actually, I mean, I'm not confident in their ability to build out our project here. We did get, they came in and spoke to us, but all we received when I asked for financial documents, all we received was a letter, a non-disclosure letter to our attorney, which doesn't give any kind of confidence that they have the $200,000.
So the secret note from their mom.
Right, a secret note from their mom, as you called it. So that is not only is that not acceptable, but there has been no follow-up, and we've heard nothing more since that work session.
Okay, anyone next? Angela DeVito, Democratic Committee.
There's no reason
Yes,
to
there is.
assign me
there is.
that, Madam Candidate,
Okay.
yourself.
You do, because you're here
Okay.
as a candidate.
No,
and
I'm
also
not.
here as
I'm
a
not here as a
resident.
candidate. I'm not running for
Okay, would you go
anything.
forward, Ms. DeVito? I appreciate
Yes.
it, thank you.
I'm here this evening on behalf of Kathleen McGraw to read her statement and Kathleen McGraw is a resident of Northville Hamlet. For many reasons, I am unable to make this statement shortly after your July 10th work session, in which you attempted but utterly failed to get an updated status on 555's financial ability to complete the purchase and development of the land at EPCAL. With the recent news about Brookhaven's actions regarding the Gomasians contract to buy the Dowling property, I feel it is time to revisit that work session. And let me add that if you had not discounted use of Zoom for public comments at town board meetings, I would be making this statement myself. Let me begin by thanking you for holding that work session with 555 and their attorney. But alas, I'm afraid you learned almost nothing. I was at that work session, and regrettably, with a couple of exceptions, you, the town board, were not very aggressive in your questioning and inquiry into the state of 555 finances. Mr. Hubbard, you asked some pointed questions, and Ms. Kent, you appropriately asked for an actual financial audit. Beyond that, however, it was pretty much, thanks so much for coming to see us, but we have no probing questions to ask you. Several things jumped out at me at that work session. First, as evidence of 555's financial ability to purchase the land at EPCAL, Mr. Kent presented a letter from Grant Thornton, an accounting firm. Mr. Kent stated the letter says 555 has $40 million available for the purchase. Mr. Kent was asked directly if these funds are liquid funds, namely cash. He said yes, cash. Yet an examination of the Grant Thornton letter actually says they obtained a list of cash and investment accounts from 555 that showed a minimum fair value of cash and equity investments of $40 million. As you know, equity investments are not cash. If you, the town board members, had actually read the Thornton letter, you would not have just accepted Mr. Kent's answer, nodded your heads, and moved on. Surely you would have followed up with what Grant Thornton actually said, cash and equity investments. As we all know, equity investments can diminish dramatically overnight. How much of the $40 million is in cash? How much is in equities? It is also noteworthy that the Thornton letter says Thornton did not do an audit of 555's cash balances. They relied on a list of assets provided by 555. I would have expected some of you to have pointed that out and made further inquiry. Did Grant Thornton just take 555's word without any confirmation of what was on the 555, on the list 555 provided? In addition, notably missing from this letter is a statement that was included in similar letters from Thornton dated April 11th and March 9th, 2018. Namely, that Thornton had obtained representations from 555 that the accounts relied upon had no restrictions or encumbrances upon them. Given the reported dire financial difficulties of 555, I should think that it is something you should have asked about at the work session. Why did Grant Thornton not make a similar statement in the current letter? And one final point, all the letters from Grant Thornton presented to the board back in 2018 bore the name of Patricia Walsh in connection with the signature line. The current letter lacks her name as well as any other named employee of Grant Thornton. Why? All this to say, this current one-page letter from Thornton seems to be a pretty flimsy evidence of 555's financial ability to come up with the money to buy EPCAL. You, the town board, need and should be demanding more. Secondly, there was a secret financing letter from an unnamed bank willing to lend 555 $120 million for development of the land. Only Mr. Eisler had seen the letter. Yet in order to accept and keep this letter secret, Mr. Eisler needed the consent of the town board to do so. Did Mr. Eisler have that consent? And when asked why the secrecy, Mr. Kent explained the lender fears 555 might be able to get a better deal from another lender in terms of the loan offer made, if the loan offer were to be made public. Are you kidding me? 555 is a company teetering on financial ruin with its Mall of America and American Dream Mall both in serious trouble. It is reported 555's net worth has plummeted from $2.5 billion
You have 30 seconds left.
to just
30
$60
seconds.
million. It has defaulted on loan payments for the American Dream, and lenders have a 49% interest in their mall properties. Yet the secret lender is worried 555 might get a better loan offer. I would say 555 was incredibly fortunate to get any loan commitment from any financial institution. I would be so surprised, in fact, that as a responsible town board member, I would want to know how much more about this lender and this commitment. As raised by Catherine Kent, all of you should demand to see
Vito,
the
that's 5
secret
minutes.
letter. Thank you very much. And I will add one comment not related to this that is my own. I am sorry to see that you as a board are going to allow the supervisor of the town of Riverhead to muzzle your conversations with the public. Thank you.
Angela, could you give me a copy of that?
Yes, I have a copy of it.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Mr. McCollum, got a computer today. Very good.
Always the computer, but sometimes it's easier to read from it.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. John McAuliffe from Rolling Woods or Roanoke Landing, depending upon how you want to describe it, in Riverhead. I am actually reading a letter that was sent by Rex Farr, the coordinator of EPCAL Watch, but Mr. Farr could not be with us. The grapes at this season of year are far more demanding than the town's business. This was a letter sent on August 10th to the board. I mean, it's a little awkward because it refers to me, but I'll read it as it is here. Dear Supervisor and board members, below is some highlighted information from Long Island Newsday that complements the story in the Riverhead Local that EPCAL Watch member John McAuliffe addressed at the last board meeting. He asked that you consider the implications of the failure of the Germasians to meet their obligations to the Brookhaven Town Industrial Development Agency at the work session the following day. Although the supervisor is quoted as emailing on Wednesday night, quote, I will be discussing this matter with council and the town board, end quote, she said not a word about the issue at the work session the next day. We ask that this warning of the real status of the Germasians be on the agenda at the next work session and board meeting. It could take the form of a resolution to invite qualified independent experts to publicly meet with the board to evaluate independently the status of finances and the development plan of Germazian Preston for EPCAL. You must also undo your unduly passive compliance with Mr. Kent and Mr. Eisler's demand for secrecy of the, quote, commercial lender letter, purportedly promising, quote, a construction loan of up to $120 million, quote. It was gross malfeasance for the Republican majority on the board to accept the secrecy of the letter from the prospective funding source. It is not surprising that Mr. Kent would advance the interests of his client against those of the town, but the embrace of this odd arrangement by Mr. Eisler, who not surprisingly Kent effusively endorsed, raises once again the question of Mr. Eisler's role in this project. Sincerely, Rex Farr, Coordinator. This, as I say, was sent as a letter with the attached article. I'm not going to repeat those citations, but you already have them. I wanted to say a procedural point, since I think I still have a minute or two, and that is that I think we're in a very odd situation that part of this meeting can involve participation by Zoom and part of it can't. Obviously, there's no technical or financial reason to not have the entire meeting accessible by Zoom participation for those such as Kathy, who could not be here. And it does raise a whole question of the pattern of governance of the town board, of the majority of the town board, and its desire not to be involved with input from people who cannot physically be with us. So I will be speaking later during the resolution section, but I did need to read that letter from Rex. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McAuliffe.
Thank you for your comments, John, and I do have to say that, I think that the public should be able to make comments via Zoom on resolutions and at the end of the meeting. It's just, putting up another wall to shut our public out, not allowing that Zoom.
Okay. Next comment? On CDA resolutions? Okay.
I'd like to continue another 5 minutes with Ms. McGraw's statement.
Mr. Vito, I think you already had a 5-minute
You had your 5
window of
minutes.
opportunity to speak.
There isn't anything in the rules, is there, Mr. Kazakevich, that says there's only one opportunity? I believe Mrs. Andreessen raised that issue the last time she was here at the town board. There is nothing that addresses that in that rules and regulations. It says you have a 5-minute, when you speak, you have 5 minutes. That's what you have, okay?
I would have to refer to him. I don't think it has per speaker, but I think it's understood that everyone should have an opportunity to speak, and I don't know if there's others who wish to speak.
Well, I waited to see if there was anyone else coming up. If there's no one else, I'd like to continue with Ms. McGraw's letter.
I believe she's allowed to do that.
Thank you. As raised by Catherine Kent, all of you should demand to see this secret letter. As your attorney, Mr. Eisler has an obligation to obtain your consent before agreeing to accept this letter in escrow. It is your job and responsibility, not Mr. Eisler's, to assess the legitimacy of this loan commitment. Third, Mr. Hubbard asked if 555 is considering a casino at EPCAL. It was Mr. Kent, not either of the Germazians, who emphatically and repeatedly stated he had never had any conversation with Native Americans or anyone else about a casino at EPCAL, but have the Germazians or any of the other principals in 555 had such discussions, and what will stop them from doing so going forward? Those questions need to be asked by you, the town board. And along those same lines, Mr. Kemp pointed out that malls have been hit hard and the trend in the economy is away from the mall retail to distribution retail. He then said this purchase of EPCAL allows for this, yet no one bothered to ask just exactly what he meant by that. In a move to diversify from its mall investments, is 555 planning to build and operate an Amazon-type distribution center at EPCAL? Fourth and finally, when pressed about preserving the 1,000-plus acres of environmentally sensitive land, Mr. Kent stated they will comply with the EIS that was done. But don't we all know that once developers have purchased land, they routinely seek waivers and exemptions from environmental restrictions? Just ask the environmental watchdogs in the Meadowlands, which is the site of the American Dream. Shouldn't someone have pressed 555 to put this commitment to an enforceable document? Isn't that the only way to assure preservation of this land? In sum, as a Riverhead taxpayer, I left that work session with no real assurance whatsoever that 555 will have the financial wherewithal to purchase and develop the land at EPCAL. Further, other than reference to nameless, unidentified corporations that will come and create all kinds of pie-in-the-sky jobs, we really have no idea what 555 actually plans to do with this land. Maybe flip it for its true value, not the paltry $40 million it's paying, in order to bail itself out of its entire debt. The sales contract in Section 9 unequivocally allows you, the town board, to walk away from this deal. For the good of the town, I urge you to do so now. 555 couldn't complete its development plan for the Dowling property in Brookhaven. Do you really believe it can complete development for EPCAL? Say goodbye to the Gurmasians and move forward on EPCAL. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration of my comments. Kathleen McGraw. And I have...
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. DeVito.
Anyone else? Anyone else concerning resolutions? You have 2 other times to speak, right before our resolutions and comments, but we're in the CDA meeting. If no one is there, Dawn, maybe you want to close?
Yeah, we would need a motion and a second to close the CDA meeting and open the town board meeting again.
Motion?
Second.
Take a vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Mayrod.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
CDA meeting is closed and the town board meeting is.
Thank you, Dawn. Have a good evening. Are you going to be around if we need you? Okay. Town Clerk Diane, do you have any communications or reports?
Yes, I'm going to take this off because it's easier. Okay, did you want to do approve the minutes first?
Oh, we can approve the minutes.
Okay. Did we have something to?
So Supervisor, we'll need to approve the minutes. You'll need a first and a second to approve the minutes.
Yeah, but what date do we have? I
Yep,
don't
from
see it.
July 20th, 2021, and from August 3rd, 2021.
Okay, so can I have a first and a second to approve the July 20th meeting and the August, what did you say?
And August 3rd, July 20th and August 3rd, the minutes.
August 3rd, 2021. First and a second, please?
I'll make that motion.
Second?
Okay.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Mayrod.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
The minutes are approved.
All right, do we want to go into, we'll
Sure.
go into, okay.
All right, to correspondence?
Yes, we are, thank you.
I had many letters. The first one I have here is from Kathleen McGraw, and that was a letter questioning the method for appointing a ZBA member. There was a letter from 26 Long Island organizations in opposition to the proposed amendment to Chapter 263 rental dwellings. Rex Farr sent a letter with EPCAL Watch, and that letter was just read by Mr. John McCullough with concerns of the status and finances and development plan of the Gurmasians and president of the EPCAL property. Eric Haas sent comments on landlord-tenant rights and town practices regarding consent to search. Bart and Karen Battaluccio sent a letter regarding loud music at the Jamesport Manor affecting quality of life. Mary Beth Andreessen, I have her letter here, even though she read it at our previous meeting of August 3rd, I included it here, and that's regarding safety issues at the blind curve on Church Lane.
Okay.
Dan and Rudy Taylor from Harley's Dream sent a packet supporting the proposed ordinance to ban the retail sale of dogs and cats in pet stores. They had many attachments and pictures. Elizabeth Orick with the Best Friends Animal Society also sent a packet with support for humane pet sales ordinance. And then I did have some late letters that came in. There were 5 of them. And they were from from individuals, two individuals, Michael Falsetta and the other one, Allison Matway. These five that came in late were all in opposition to the proposed local law for Chapter 263, and that's rental dwelling units. And the other ones were from, this is the Housing Help Incorporated, OLA of Eastern Long Island, Rural and Migrant Ministry. They sent one letter from all of them. This is from Karen Borstein, President and CEO of Family Service League. Then there was the Long Island Builders Institute, and these were all in opposition to the proposed amendments to Chapter 263, rental dwelling units. They were late, so they did not make it to the agenda.
Okay.
Okay, then I'll continue on to reports. Town clerk, July monthly report was $9,406.55. The building department submitted their July monthly report, that was $86,574. Tax receivers submitted their July monthly utility collection report, $362,201.61. Police department submitted their July monthly report, and that is all I have.
Thank you, Diane.
Thank you, Diane, and we're gonna move forward. We're gonna move now forward to our first public hearing we have here today. Today is the first public hearing was scheduled for 6:05. It is now 6:40 p.m. And we're gonna open up the public hearing for consideration of proposed local law to amend Chapter 263 of the Riverhead Town Code entitled Retail Dwelling Units. I asked Deputy Town Attorney Eric Howard to please come forward and review the topic. And then we have,
He may have had to leave. Oh, no, here he is, okay, all right. While he's stepping up, I know that he's going to touch on specifics of the legislation. I want to point out what is not being changed. We're not changing the definition of family that's already in our code. That is not part of the proposal that's before the board today.
That's correct.
We're adding other definitions to renewal of rental occupancy permit. We're also allowing for a registration process, which I'm sure Deputy Town Attorney Mr. Howard will touch upon. I may have some further comments, but I'm going to let him make a presentation of the overview of this local law, because I know he wants to attend another meeting tonight.
I do, thank you. Okay, so this really not much different from when we discussed it at work session. In fact, not different at all. It's the same thing that we talked about at work session. There's been some question as to the definition of family, which was added to Section 263-4. That mirrors the definition of family which exists in our rental law. It's family. It's in Section 263-2. It is added to that section in order to make it an offense that code enforcement can write by town code violation in the instance where the dwelling unit itself is being used in a manner inconsistent with what it's supposed to be pursuant to a certificate of occupancy and/or within that zoning use district. It sets forth some presumptive evidence of a functional equivalent of a family. That is all carried over from the definitions that have been there for probably 5 or more years. This definition also mirrors the definition of family that is set forth in our zoning chapter 301. So aside from that, the additions create a rental registration, which is a 90-day period from the time that you submit your rental permit application. And it's a 90-day period in which you have to submit any additional required documents in connection with the application, which could include certificates of occupancy, letters of pre-existing use, floor plan survey, etc. And so you have 90 days to do that and have an inspection conducted by one of the town code enforcement officers or a licensed design professional architect, which fills out a form that you then submit together with your application. That sort of takes care of an inconsistency where you would submit an application but not really have a permit yet most of the time when the application is submitted, the house is already occupied, so you technically have a continuing violation situation. So this sort of addresses that. After that 90 days, if the permit wasn't obtained following a successful inspection, then it would be subject to a rental code violation. The changes also include, all right, so we were, and this is actually how it started, was to amend the fees. The fee for a single rental dwelling unit for probably 7 or 8 years has been $300. Our idea was to address that by making the rental permit fee based on the number of rooms in the dwelling unit. So if you have, and we don't know the exact number on those fees yet, that will be, subject to additional discussion at work session once we come up with a proposal on the fees. But so there'll be a fee just for discussion's sake, say $100 for a one-bedroom dwelling unit for a period of 2 years, and then maybe go up $50 or $75 per additional room, and up to 4 units, and then at 4 rooms it would level off. But again, that hasn't been finalized yet, and that would be put before the town board in terms of what those exact fees would be. Other than that, we added a type of violation where you had a rental permit before, and for whatever reason you didn't renew it, whether it got renewal notice got lost in the mail, or you simply forgot what the deadline was. We created a period of time during which really it's a sort of a amnesty period after the expiration of the permit, which would be about 30 days. So you could have an expired permit for 30 days before you get your rental permit application in. After that 30 days, you'd be subject to a violation, but not our number one no rental permit violation, because you had the prior permit and it seems like you just forgot to renew it, or you missed the 30 days or whatever. It goes out to, hang on, if I can find it. It was 120 days. So that would be a separate violation that would only be between a $100 and $250 fine, as opposed to the increase to the penalties for renting without a permit that we are proposing to increase. So for a first offense, we're proposing that it goes from $250 to $500, and not exceeding $1,500 on a first offense. Fine not less than $1,500 up from $1,000, nor more than $3,000 on a second offense, and fine not less than $2,500 nor more than $6,000 for a third offense committed within a 7-year period. And so in those situations that I see in justice courts, quite often actually, is you'll have someone who had a permit that simply expired and they forgot to renew it, or the dog ate the application, or some other life circumstance happened that prevented them from filing timely. In discussing this with our town investigator and our code enforcement officers, it strikes me as sort of unfair to write them a violation that would be a minimum fine of $500, and so that's why we created this separate category of a violation, which is just a failure to timely renew a rental permit. And subject to any questions from the town board, that's pretty much my overview on this.
Counselor, my understanding is that our definition of family in the code has been the same since somewhere around 2013.
That could be correct. I've been here since June 2017, and it has not changed since then.
Do you know offhand the difference between our code definition of family and the state's code definition of family?
The state's code under, depends on what legislation you're talking about. How do you mean the state's definition? Like in the Uniform State Building Code?
Correct.
I believe it's a little more inclusive in that the way that the state, and this is derived from case law, but case law has suggested that you can say that up to you can put a number on it. So 4 to 5 people who are unrelated can be living as a family unit. But you can make it a rebuttable presumption that anything more than that is not the functional equivalent of a family. Our law currently doesn't read that way. So that's why I say I believe it would be more inclusive.
Are you saying the state has the section in there about a traditional family?
See, I'm not sure what state code we're talking about. Like from what law?
Well, you were referring to the state code, that's why I'm asking.
Well, there's a state uniform building code, which generally sets forth maximum occupancy requirements. I don't know off the top of my head if they specifically define the term family, but as far as I know, in comparison with surrounding towns, our definition of family is far looser than, say, Brookhaven or Southampton. And in my research, it's consistent with case law that's been issued by the state on questions of how municipalities can define families for the purposes of local laws and zoning ordinances.
Okay, so we're done. You want to add, anyone?
I want to make a note, because I know Dawn Thomas and I had a chance to participate in the Zoom conference. I had to bail out early with Ian Wilder, and I know that he raised some concerns and questions. Obviously, we're here to hear from the public about their concerns and perceptions of what's being proposed here in this local law. As pointed out by Deputy Town Attorney Mr. Howard, there is a Department of State legal memorandum. I'm going to make reference to it, which is Legal Memorandum LU05. It goes on to state definition of family and zoning law and building codes. This is a March 2021 memorandum. And I will be putting this to record, and I'm sorry I didn't have it up earlier, but it sets forth a fairly good synopsis of the case law that has dealt with this question: what is an appropriate definition of family in the context of zoning laws? It discusses the Village of Belterre versus Burroughs case, which was a 1974 case. Moore versus City of East Cleveland, Ohio, which is a 1977 case. The City of White Plains versus Ferralio, which is a 1974 case. A group house, which was a group house case, which was from the town of North Hempstead. That was a 1978 case. Bear versus the town of Brookhaven in 1989 cases. And in those cases, the Department of State's pointed out that we as a municipality, can regulate this. We can include a definition of family. The question is when it's being done in the context of, regulating what we're looking to do here. And I think the point that maybe we haven't addressed is that what we're looking to do is make sure that people are protected from unscrupulous landlords. Where you have a single-family dwelling unit or a single-family housekeeping unit house, where it's a single-family house, what we're looking to avoid is padlocks being placed on doors, hot plates being put into those rooms behind padlocks, fire safety issues, curtains being put up in basements, things like that. And if we didn't get it right, we're looking for your comments.
Okay.
There's no attempt to discriminate against anybody. We're looking to, as our family definition says, and I want to just read this and let the people say, we define family, and I'm just going to take a snippet. as a traditional family, this is already in the code, and this is similar to what Southampton and Brookhaven have, or the functional equivalent of a traditional family. And as I pointed out, the memorandum of the Department of State talks about what's a functional equivalent, what's reasonable. We do have a presumption that can be overcome, so I want to point those things out to the public as they come up and make their comments.
Okay, Dawn, just give me 1 second before you come up. Thank you, Eric.
Okay, thank you.
Did I hear you mention that you have to leave?
No, Eric has to leave.
Oh, okay, because
I'm here
we
for the
have
duration.
a public hearing, and we have to hear from the whole public,
I
and
know.
we need an attorney here,
No,
so.
no, I'm not leaving.
Okay.
I'm here.
This is gonna be done right.
Okay.
So, hi, Dawn, but welcome back.
Yeah, so being that my department deals with affordable housing and other issues related to housing in Riverhead, was contacted by some of the agencies that we work with today regarding this legislation, and proactively reached out to Ian Wilder of Long Island Fair Housing, and he expressed some concern that the legislation, the way it's drafted, could perhaps unintentionally preclude certain types of families from existing in single-family dwellings in the town, and obviously that's not the town attorney's intention in drafting the legislation. The legislation is drafted to prevent unsafe and overcrowded housing, which not only creates unsafe and dangerous issues for our most vulnerable residents, but also destabilizes neighborhoods in town and creates commercial properties out of single-family residences, which also makes other single-family houses unaffordable. So the objective of the legislation, Ian and I and Bob agreed, was all the same. Our objective was the same, to keep our most vulnerable population safe. However, to the extent that the legislation, the way it's drafted, might unintentionally capture something, we agreed that we were going to have a further discussion about it and continue that conversation. So I just wanted to point that out to the board, that we all agree on the objective. Whether we have the exact language perfect, I don't know, but we're going to continue that conversation and we'll report back to the board. Thanks.
So thank you, Dawn. I'm glad that you guys are going to look at it again. And I do want to make a statement about this legislation today. So 2 years ago, my opponent ran on the issue of doing something about overcrowded rental housing and deadbeat landlords. 2 years later, nothing has been done. Now, with another election looming, she and her colleagues on the board have come up with a complicated proposed law to address rental housing. Lawyers that I've spoken with say it's unenforceable, if not unconstitutional. This puts the onus on the landlord rather than the town, and it is confusing to landlords and tenants. This proposal is just another political proposal before an election, and quite frankly, it is a mess. What am I in favor of? I am in favor of safe rental housing. I am in favor of fair rental housing. I am for holding landlords accountable to follow the town codes, making sure that their rental properties don't put an unreasonable burden on our school district. This can be achieved without a law that no one understands and that is potentially unenforceable and may lead to litigation. Let's do what the supervisor has not been doing for 2 years. Enforce the laws that we have on the books. Work to ensure that code enforcement has the resources it needs to do the job. Target violators. It's not hard to tell when properties are overcrowded. Work with landlords and tenants to make sure town code requirements are clear, fair, and effective. I would certainly be willing to sit down with stakeholders and my colleagues to craft a code revision that is best for Riverhead. Thank you.
Okay, did you want to make a comment? Anyone from the board?
No, I just, Catherine, the way you address it is like you're this hero savior out there that's going to make everything, you're going to make everything good. Where were you when we were doing this? I mean, you get up here now in the pulpit and you say, oh, I don't like this. You knew about this.
First of all,
You knew about this,
I
and you
was-
pumped nothing into it.
Right. First of
Okay.
all, I was working on the code changes. As you all know, I was working on the code changes in the beginning of March. but I was removed from the Code Revision Committee from the supervisor because I was making progress on that. And actually, I did bring up these concerns at the work session.
It is laughable.
No, I think they're laughing with her.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
I was, as I was making progress, suddenly there was a shift in committees. So, yes, I did bring up these issues at the work session, and you are more than welcome to go back and view the work session. I brought it up at that time and asked questions.
Okay, so
was there.
I'd like to make a statement. As you all know, it is silly season here, and until November 2nd, unfortunately. And we, the taxpayers deserve better. However, when somebody intentionally puts something forward, yes, the person was removed because there was no action done. And this individual was here all the time and has the same equal power as every board member to do something about it. This is the person's palm card, and it says, with her picture, I have drafted some of the Suffolk County toughest boys. So let's let it go. Okay. Let's let it go. We are here to work with everyone. This is a public hearing. We're here to hear everyone, and we intend to hear everyone.
Are you, Madam Supervisor, point of order, can I ask a question?
This woman with this child has been waiting, Hoyle, can you let her go first?
No, I already talked to her, she's willing to wait.
She's good? You're willing to wait?
She's willing to wait.
Yes.
So are we going to hear from the public, or are we
Yes,
going to hear
you
your
are.
speech?
Yeah, well, she made her speech, so
Yeah.
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I would like to start off.
So I just need to remind
I'd like
everybody
to
to please state your name and hamlet
Yeah.
for the record.
My name is Ellen Hoyle, I'm from Riverhead, and
Yes.
the first two points I'd like to make is that, so everybody here knows, and everybody out there in Zoom and on Channel 20 know, the supervisor is running for re-election, and Kenneth Rothwell is up for election. Surprise. Secondly, I've been coming to these town board meetings for quite some time now, and I must say that this is the first time that I've noticed an armed police officer in the room. And I'd like to inquire as to why that's
Your eyes
necessary.
haven't been open. The chief of police here is at every meeting
No,
and
but,
he's
yeah,
on.
he's the chief of police. This is an armed
The
police
chief of
officer
police
with a
is on.
taser. No, he doesn't have a taser.
Okay.
So the next thing I'd like to point out is that, as it was stated, the code for traditional family is within the definition of Chapter 263. However, it is not within the body of the statute other than in the definition section. There is no reference to family, traditional family, family structure, or anything else. You already have a town code that will do what you want it to do. You just need to enforce it. You have the right to find a house that's in violation, enter that house, and inspect it. I don't understand why we're doing all of this. It's not necessary. What you have done is given, well, it is not the intent of the town to discriminate, and it is not the purpose of the town to discriminate. What your statute does is give the landlord the power to discriminate, because now you've put the onus on the landlord to determine who he's renting to, or face a fine or a criminal charge in the case that he doesn't. Next, I would like to point out that one of the things that I do is I'm a member of a community. The community that I belong to is the LGBTQ community. We have a long history of not living within traditional families because we weren't allowed to. It is very onerous on us that we have spent our lives creating our families, and you are now taking those away. That's all I have. Thank you. I may be back.
Thank you, Ms. Hoyle. All right, who wants to come up next? Devin, your identification?
Yes, if you could just state your name and hamlet, please.
Hi.
Good evening. My name is Christine Velia. I don't live in the town of Riverhead.
Okay.
I'm a fourth-year law student.
Ma'am,
at
can you
Toro Law-
speak up a little?
I didn't catch your name, I'm sorry.
That's
Yes.
okay. Christine Velia.
Okay, Christine.
I'm a fourth-year law student at Toro Law Center. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. The proposed change to Chapter 263 of the Town Code is a violation of Titles 8 and 9 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, more commonly known as the Fair Housing Act. The Fair Housing Act prohibits discrimination against homeowners or renters because of race, color, religion, sex, familial status, or national origin. It prohibits both intentional discrimination and practices that disparately impact a protected group. The legislative history of the Fair Housing Act shows that Congress intended the statute to apply to exclusionary zoning and other types of government discrimination. More particularly, Section 263(4)E will have a disparate impact by disproportionately harming minorities. Disparate impact under the Fair Housing Act does not require intent or racial motivation, only that the conduct actually or predictably has a discriminatory effect. The proposed Section 263(4)E makes it unlawful for a group of people who do not fit the town's restrictive definition of family or functional equivalent of a family to rent a dwelling unit. This restriction will unfairly and disproportionately harm persons of color. Long Island is one of the most unaffordable places to live in the United States and is not uncommon for low-income individuals and families to share the burden of housing costs. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, 33.6% of African Americans and 18.3% of Hispanic persons living in Riverhead have incomes below the federal poverty level. In comparison, only 5% of white non-Hispanic persons residing in Riverhead have incomes below that threshold. Studies show that Black, Native American, and Hispanic households are more likely than white households to be extremely low-income renters with incomes at or below the poverty level or 30% of the AMI, for whom there's a dire shortage of affordable and available homes. It's clear that the proposed change to the housing code will disproportionately affect minorities because minorities are more likely to be living in a non-traditional household that does not resemble a family unit solely because they need a roof over their heads. This is not to say that the government cannot pass such ordinances as long as they're related to the achievement of a compelling government interest. The Supreme Court has made clear that practices made unlawful by the Fair Housing Act include zoning laws and other housing restrictions that function unfairly to exclude minorities from certain neighborhoods without any sufficient justification. The town is seeking to alleviate overcrowding, but the proposed code change does not further that concern. Whether a group resembles a traditional family unit that lives and cooks together has no bearing on overcrowdedness or substandard rental homes. Under the proposed code, a family of 6 could rent a 2-bedroom house just because they're related, whereas 2 strangers could not rent a 6-bedroom house. In essence, the code prohibits undercrowded households that do not meet the definition of a family or functional equivalent, but permits overcrowded households just because they do meet that definition. Therefore, the proposed change does not further the government's interest in alleviating overcrowded housing. While it's commendable that the town is seeking to protect its citizens from the dangers of overcrowding and substandard housing, in practice, this change is more likely to lead to increased rent burdens, evictions, and homelessness in the wake of the continuing and worsening COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Okay, who's next?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Where's she at? Off, Betsy. Hi, who do we have here, ma'am?
My name is Alma Tovar. I'm an advocate of this wonderful woman that
Okay.
is here to talk about why she's not agreeing on the Chapter 263.
Okay.
I'm sorry
I'm
to
just
interrupt
going
you.
to help with
We didn't quite
interpretation.
catch your name.
Oh, my name?
Yeah.
Alma Tovar. And I am just helping with interpretation here.
Okay.
You're an
Oh, so you're
interpreter for the
you're gonna be an interpreter?
Yes.
Okay.
Got
all
it,
right, all right.
okay.
Mi nombre es Edelmira. Buenas tardes a todos.
My name is
Eh,
Edelmira. Good afternoon.
Buenas tardes, señora.
Ok. Yo vengo a representar y decir de que yo y otras personas más, pues nos sentimos bien viviendo con otras personas que no son familiares de nosotros. Porque tal vez si no...
I'm here to represent our community. There is a lot of us that we feel good about having people that are not related, living in the same house that we are.
Madres solteras y yo podemos, nos sentimos bien que nos apoyen otras personas que no son nuestras familiares y nosotros no podríamos pagar tal vez un lugar donde podríamos estar solas.
Single mothers like I am, we cannot afford a regular house to live with our children, so it is important to share the rent with others.
Sí, siento que por la estabilidad no podríamos estar en otro lugar, que estemos solos sin familiares. Gracias.
And this is because we are here with our families, related family, and those people became family to us. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Emma. Hi.
Hi there,
Good
everyone.
evening, how are you?
Good evening. My name is Minerva Perez. I'm the Executive Director of OLA of Eastern Long Island. We do serve the East End. And I want to start off by thanking you all for allowing us to speak, allowing me to speak. And I want to assure everyone here, everyone watching in Zoom, that OLA is a tremendous supporter and organization that cares for the people and the students of Riverhead. We were responsible for helping to get money from OLA to the tune of almost $1 million, a little over $900,000, to pay for Chromebooks and Wi-Fi for all students in Riverhead School District, not Latino students, all students that needed Wi-Fi and Chromebooks. So our care is genuine, I want to say that. I'm up here and I'm struggling with the why right now that a governing body would take the risk of striking at the heart of its community when it's at its most weak. Right now, we're in the midst of an ongoing pandemic.
Sure.
We are on the eve of the end of an eviction moratorium that is going to unleash a flood of evictions like we have never seen before. These are valid and worthy challenges for us to be facing right now. If the main issue and the main concern you have is the healthy and the safety and the health and the welfare of the people of Riverhead, that I would say we look at the vaccine rate. We look at what we can be doing to increase that. I know that we personally, as an organization, we are doing everything we can on that regard, but there's work to be done here in Riverhead. There is work to be done within even systems out here that still haven't been able to share information on ERAP, which is federal funding, federal treasury money that's going to go into the hands of landlords that have not yet been paid because of back rent. It's also information that is not being shared readily enough about eviction prevention. There are a number of ways that we could be addressing some of the challenges that directly relate to the health, the safety, and the welfare of all of residents and all of the children and all of the most vulnerable folks here in Riverhead. But that's not being done right now. I question the why. I question this and why right now. It is not the right time to even be considering this right now. You are laying brick upon brick upon brick. Brick of instability, of fear, of danger on the children and the most vulnerable people of your community. This is not the time and not the place to do this right now. And I urge you and I implore you and I beg you to not pursue this type of change for Chapter 263. Thank you.
Thank you, Minerva. Okay, who do we have?
Hi, my name is Sandra Dunn. I'm Associate Director of OLA. I'm a resident
Hi.
of Hampton Bays. And
Okay.
just for the record, OLA, who might not know the same organization Minerva is director of, is OLA, all capitals, Organización Latino Americana, or in English, Latino American Organization. Tonight I'm here with your permission and to read a statement from an attorney named Jack Lester, who is a tenants' right attorney that OLA works very closely with. He is one of our pro bono attorneys that works with us, and he could not be here tonight. He says, "Good evening. My name is Jack Lester, and I provide pro bono legal counsel to OLA. Thank you for this opportunity to comment upon the proposed change to Chapter 263 of the Town Code of Riverhead. The proposed code violates federal civil rights law and is unconstitutional. My statement shall supplement the testimony of Christine Villa, whom you heard earlier. Ms. Villa has already called to the attention of the town officials that the proposed statute violates Titles 8 and 9 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, the Fair Housing Act. Additionally, the new zoning ordinance is unconstitutional. As pointed out by Ms. Villa, the new town ordinance unfairly discriminates against Black, Hispanic, and Native American households because the restrictive definition of family or functional equivalent of family will unfairly and disproportionately harm persons of color who have incomes disproportionately below the federal poverty level. Therefore, the Riverhead Town Ordinance is a zoning restriction directed against a class of individuals based upon race and ethnicity due to the economic circumstances of that class residing in Riverhead. The United States Supreme Court has repeatedly held that the right to establish a home is an essential part of the liberty guaranteed by the United States Constitution under the 14th Amendment. See Griswold versus Connecticut 381, U.S. 479. The choice of household companions involves deeply personal, social, and economic considerations which fall within an individual's zone of privacy protected by the U.S. Constitution. As explained by Ms. Villa, the town's proposed zoning ordinance does not fulfill any governmental interest protecting its citizens from the dangers of overcrowding or substandard housing. The proposed ordinance unfairly discriminates against people associating in a household out of economic necessity. The ordinance unfairly restricts scarce and unavailable affordable housing without addressing the need for housing. The ordinance does not address the current density, traffic, congestion, or any other appropriate zoning issue that can be remedied through restrictive zoning. It is targeted solely against people who are in economic need. The zoning ordinance does not address the need for affordable housing. In fact, the ordinance further exacerbates the affordable housing crisis. To do so in the midst of a pandemic is unconscionable. The ordinance acts against the public interest because it would increase homelessness. This ordinance is particularly problematic in the town of Riverhead because, as we have learned, the town refuses to enforce code provisions relating to habitability. The town refuses to compel owners to remedy code violations. Rather, the town penalizes tenants through forcible evictions. In short, the town of Riverhead is developing a statutory scheme which victimizes tenants based upon economic hardships. The town is utilizing restrictive zoning in a manner which harms community character. The town is acting in derogation and contrary to the provision of safe, habitable, and affordable housing. Contrary to the purposes of the powers granted to every municipality through the enactment of zoning laws, the town is not acting in furtherance of the general welfare, but is acting to degrade and dehumanize classes of individuals already suffering economic privation. This is the end of Mr. Lester's statement. I will give you a written copy. I would also just like to say, speaking as myself, Sandra, that I find it disturbing some of the conversation and comments from the attorney, the town attorney, with all due respect, and the town board members. I know there are challenges that government officials need to meet constantly related to housing and code enforcement, et cetera. But when you say something, and it was said twice tonight at least, that, well, Brookhaven and Southampton are doing it this way, or when you look to what the state code is doing, what this says to me, and I think to others in the room, is that you're seeing what you can legally get away with as opposed to doing what is right for your community members. So please, so like others here, I urge you to not vote in favor of the proposed changes and to re-examine that definition of family, because it doesn't matter what other townships are doing. What matters is what you all are doing to your community members. I also have a statement from Karen Borstein, the head of Family Service League. You referred, Diane, to this earlier. I would like to read that into the record. It's very short. May I do that? Do I have time? Okay. She says, hello. As I understand the proposed changes to the town code, they could disproportionately affect families, people who have disabilities, those living in poverty, and children and their families. Often the only way marginalized individuals can survive is to cohabit a dwelling. Otherwise, they could become homeless and forced to go into a shelter, which will only cost all taxpayers more. Not every family unit will have children residing in the household, but the adults remaining in the home are family to each other and depend on one another to make ends meet. As an organization which helps to meet the needs of tens of thousands of people annually who are challenged to provide for their families, we ask that the town not place additional barriers before them. We all want housing to be safe for everyone, and our hope is that we can find a way to accomplish this without disproportionately impacting those most vulnerable. Thank you, Karen Borstein, licensed LCSW, licensed clinical social worker. Thank you.
All right, Sandra, so can we have copies of those letters?
Thank you.
And just know, Sandra, I just want to make a note that this is a public hearing, it's to hear from everyone. And Sandra, this is not set in stone. We are here to hear from the entire public, okay? And there will be a determination made eventually, and the resolution is up, and there's a process to hear from the public, and we have a lot of the public here, and everyone will be heard. I'm a Hispanic myself, okay, and I understand housing concerns. So can I have the person that next wants to come up? Thank you, Sandra. Hi, how are you, ma'am?
Hi, I'm Marlo Paventi-Diltz. I am not a resident of Riverhead.
Okay.
I am here representing the Long Island Board of Realtors and the almost 30,000 members that span Queens, Nassau, and Suffolk. The mission of our association is to promote high ethical standards and member successes through innovative services, proactive advocacy, quality education, and the protection of private property rights. It is not up to our association to determine the intentions of the Town Board of Riverhead in the passage of a revised code provision for rental dwelling units. However, it is our intention to discuss the importance of fair housing and how these code provisions could have unintended consequences that adversely affect members of various protected classes. The Town of Riverhead Code spells out new criteria for determining whether a group of people occupying a dwelling is a functional equivalent of a family, which they have defined as resembling a traditional family. Labeling a family as traditional leaves room for mistreatment, exclusion, and discrimination in the rental and buying process, which is a problem that still exists here on Long Island today and needs to end. Husband, wife, 2.5 children living in suburbia in a single-family home. That is the picture of what a traditional family is, and it has been imprinted on all of our brains. But the concept of family has evolved and has to adapt to the influential changes in society, such as divorce, single-parent families, teenage pregnancy, same-sex and biracial marriages, and adoption. The changes proposed in the new rental code, which limit rentals to families or the functional equivalent of a traditional family, will have a disparate impact on those non-traditional forms of family of low income and minority households. This proposed change also puts landlords and real estate licensees in the potential position of having to ask questions that might violate the Fair Housing Act. We have a handful of concerns about this, but I'll just bring up a few in the interest of time. Language like, the group is one which in structure and function resembles a traditional family. But whose definition of family? A unit in which the various occupants act as separate roomers may not be deemed to be occupied by the functional equivalent of a traditional family. This criteria could have disparate impact on protected classes because it negatively impacts multi-generational families and aging parents or disabled individuals who need to live in a group setting. The presence of minor children regularly residing in the household who have enrolled in local schools. This criteria may have disparate impact on protected classes because it excludes families who homeschool children for religious reasons, cultural reasons, social reasons, and anything else. Households have been living together as a unit for a year or more, whether in a current dwelling unit or in other dwelling units. This criteria may have disparate impact on multi-generational families, immigrants, same-sex, and unmarried couples that have just decided to live together. With Long Island already scarcely stocked with affordable housing, the proposed measures would continue to throw up barriers for non-traditional families in the town, excluding but not limited to foster and adoptive families, single parents, unmarried couples, same-sex couples, families who are not related by blood but by kinship, religious organizations that live in communities, disabled individuals, or group homes for people with disabilities. And it also degrades the multi-generational families that rely on the support of one another. And as a side note, according to local data, retail, construction, healthcare, and social assistance are the leading industries in this town. By putting up barriers to rentals, those who cannot live locally will not be able to work locally, which will have a negative effect on the town's economy and local business. The town of Riverhead laudably wants to address concerns of inadequate unit size, overcrowding and safety, and how it deteriorates the integrity of the housing stock that contributes to blight, traffic control, overburdened municipalities, and other issues. We believe there are ways to address these issues in a way that is still inclusive and promotes fair housing. And we would be willing to assist the town in finding solutions while minding the discussion of fair housing and fair treatment for all. Thank you.
Hi, Ada, thank you. Hi. Good evening.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Greta Gwarton. I'm the Executive Director of the Long Island Coalition for the Homeless.
Okay.
I'm not a resident of
Okay.
Riverhead, I'm a resident of Islip.
It's okay, Greta.
My organization works with homeless and at-risk Long Islanders and the agencies who serve them. Although we work with many diverse individuals and populations, they have one thing in common. They all need the need for and often lack of access to safe, affordable housing. Many of the individuals and families we work with have faced discrimination in housing, ranging from their disabilities to race, source of income, gender, or familial status. When I read about the proposed code changes in the town of Riverhead, I grew concerned that those with whom we work will now face discrimination under a code seeking to deny rental housing to members of any household who do not meet the town's definition of a family or functional equivalent. Requirements of a family or family equivalent include occupants must share the entire dwelling, and live and cook together. Adult occupants share expenses for food, rent, utilities, and other household expenses. Occupants are permanent and stable, as evidenced by factors which may include children in the households, employment in the area, a driver's license, registration, delivery of mail at the address, living in as a unit for more than 1 year, common ownership of things like furniture. While this list of evidence of permanency is not exhaustive, it gives a clear idea of what would be considered as evidence. The Long Island Coalition for the Homeless works with many individuals who have disabilities, many of whom may participate in supported housing programs. Almost none of them would meet the definition of a functional equivalent of a family based on the requirements above. We also work with households, single adults and families, who cannot afford to rent a unit on their own. In fact, the Long Island Coalition for the Homeless has a program to help homeless households meet potential roommates with whom they may wish to live. In almost all of those cases, the requirements listed would prevent them from living together in the town of Riverhead. In essence, the code would discriminate against them based on their income level. I had a lovely conversation with Dawn Thomas from the town yesterday, who shared that the intent of the proposed code is to protect tenants from predatory landlords. While I support that idea, New York State already has laws that do this. The town of Riverhead already has laws that do this. Further, the proposed code amendment will do more harm to renters and violate their housing rights than it will to protect those very same tenants. I urge the town to reconsider this amendment and vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Greta. Hi.
Hello.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Gerardo Romo. I am a priest in the Episcopal Church. I am the Bishop's Vicar for Hispanic Ministry in the East End from the Episcopal Diocese of Long Island. I arrived to the area 6 years ago. In the 6 years I've been living in the area, I have to move twice. So the third time has come. So after 3 years I moved, and now after another 3 years I have to move. I've been looking for housing since May, but I'm not here to talk about my case. I'm just highlighting that this is personal, but it's also about the community, and it's also about the economy of the area, which is this area, not just Riverhead, but the whole region, is based on the agriculture, on the touristic services, and most people working in those industries are people who cannot afford a house by themselves because actually the house is very, there is not enough housing. And second, because it is outrageously expensive. And it's expensive because, well, there is demand. The problem here is by doing this kind of adjustments to a law that hasn't been thoroughly enforced, actually just brings the risk of people either moving somewhere else or being on risk or ending up homeless. The farm workers gather, many of them from other countries that actually are here, their families are back home in their country, and they gather 4, 6, or 7 to gather in one house and pay the rent among themselves. They won't meet the traditional family criteria. And the traditional family, already that term seems to me discriminatory because traditional family is a term so archaic now because families are so diverse now and always been, but now recognized. And it is impossible really to reinforce that when you cannot say you are not family because you don't share the furniture or you don't cook one meal. There is one family. I know 4 people in the family, and they all have different dietary needs. They don't share a meal. They cook their own, and they have their own expenses of the cooking because the 4 of them are adults. So they won't meet the criteria of family, and they're related by blood. The other thing is, there is so many people in the area that share the house with others that actually are extended family. May not be related by blood, but they're extended family. And the culture they come from, they regard to them as family, like compadre, comadre, which is a term that in English is so difficult to explain. But compadre, comadre is the godmother of my child or godfather of my child. And that is a relation among Latin Americans. And so 2 compadres and 2 comadres living with their children actually form a family. Diverse family, a multi-family if you want to name it, but they do. My concern about the traditional family and all the things that come with the proposal of the review of the rules is that actually it is to prevent overcrowding housing or what? Because it doesn't prevent the overcrowding. I have a family who are 7 children and mom and dad, and they all live in 1-bedroom house, and they pay the same amount of money I pay for a 4-bedroom house, $2,200. I cannot find any more a $2,200 for a 4-bedroom house. But they couldn't afford anything but the $2,200 1-bedroom house. And that house, yes, is overcrowded. But they are family. So it's the other side, So it is so relative, this trying to rule, trying to make an adjustment to something that actually is proven by itself, just by mentioning, all the things that are pointed in there, that is not enforceable, is actually scary for people who are already scary. And they are the foundation of the economy of this region. And say the foundation, but doesn't mean because they're foundation of the economy, they have the fair share on that economy. Their salaries cannot allow them to have one single family house. So please consider that. It's also very important, to consider that there is families with 1 man and 2 dogs, like my case. And we are family.
Okay, thank you. All right, Sister Margaret, haven't seen you up here in a while.
Oh, it's my turn to come up.
Oh, yeah, finally, good.
I'm Sister Margaret Smythe. I'm the director of the North Fork Spanish Apostolate. And I am very concerned, but find some things very interesting tonight. As a former teacher, I have listened to the use of the word P so often here tonight. I've heard P for politics, P for punishment, P for penalties, but I haven't heard much P for people. And people is what we're all about. Everything that's been said here absolutely needs to be taken into consideration. Consideration of what are we offering. About a week ago, I read the local paper, and I see that there's housing planned. And I want you to know, I can't move into any of it, because I'm like, Father, I don't have the money to pay for it. And maybe we could be a religious family. And we could, there's all kinds of families. I always look at Fairfield. A one-bedroom in Fairfield is a minimum of $1,800. Who pays that? Not the people we're talking about, the people. It's not enough to build housing and say 25% is open to people that are of lower income. Because 25% of a building, if it's not 150 or 200 apartments, is not enough to give that kind of quantity to take in what's happening. Every single day, I get a medal in my office for building up Mastic, or Shirley, or Port Jefferson. Why? That's where everybody's moving. Very shortly, we are going to be Riverhead on the downgrade, because we're losing our base of low-paid workers. The economy is going to suffer tremendously. I get calls every single day. Sister Margaret, do you have workers for my company? Sister Margaret, and the answer usually is, no, I don't. Because guess what? They don't live here. I get calls from the hospital. It's wonderful to hear from Long Island homeless, because people went in, they lost their housing while they might have been long-term in the hospital, and they come out and Peconic Bay calls up and says, do you know where there's any housing? ELH calls up, do you know where there's any housing? No. Because there's no housing in Riverhead, unless you can afford it, which is a word I hate, because if you got money, you can afford anything. But if you're a low-income worker, there's very little you can afford. And so you're doomed to have to try to scramble, to move, to do anything. And I tell you right now, Riverhead is on the cusp of being a downgrading town. The board should be a board that's positive, that P, and look for creative ways to say, what can we do to make people our first priority, and do creative things that will help us become a #1 town, it may be not the number 100 town. Thank you.
I'm Cindy Clifford. I'm the chair of the Riverhead Anti-Bias Task Force. We live in a town where on Saturday our bagel stores weren't taking phone orders because they're understaffed. Our tourist industry relies on part-time or seasonal workers. Our retail stores and fast food restaurants are paying minimum wage, and our local media is writing about the shortage of volunteer firefighters, pointing out that one of the leading causes is the sharply rising housing costs that have pushed out younger residents. We're greatly concerned that this disturbing code revision would further impact the ability of anyone just starting out or living on a limited income to be able to choose to or continue to live in Riverhead. Approving this new code would single out the economically disadvantaged and discriminate against anyone not in a traditional family unit, while defining that as the only acceptable lifestyle for anyone renting. It would impact the college grad whose only option besides living in his parents' basement or leaving the state in search of an affordable lifestyle would like to split the rent with some roommates. a struggling senior, or anyone at any age who can only cover costs by sharing their home. Single parents who can make it work if they can split the cost of housing with another single-parent family. Co-workers who carpool to save money and house pool because it's the only way they can afford to accept an entry-level position. There are limitless number of instances, we've heard a lot tonight, where unrelated people would find it necessary or helpful to be able to share housing with others. And we don't believe that Riverhead should be sending the message that we are not considering their needs, that we fail to recognize or remember the enormous impact of dealing with financial struggles on a daily basis, or simply that Riverhead will not welcome them as residents. On behalf of the Riverhead Anti-Bias Task Force, we believe that our town is better than this, that we are fair and caring and more interested in helping out than adding additional hardships or pushing away our residents. We ask you to discard this code revision.
Good evening.
Hi, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Juan Michelli Martinez. I am a downtown Riverhead resident. I'd like to speak on the rental dwelling units, and as it relates to the proposed changes to the code, to Section 263, Section E. This is a complex issue that will affect landlords and tenants alike. The idea of defining a traditional family in an untraditional world is preposterous. Doing so will have many adverse effects, including affecting young people. Where will they live? How can they afford to stay here? Seniors with legal rentals on fixed incomes that require or need that money to survive here in this high-priced environment that we live in. The LGBTQ community. Honest landlords will be affected. And the threat of potential litigation, as many folks have already discussed this evening. I urge you to take strategic, well-thought actions on these issues and vote against the changes. I respectfully thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
Hello, good evening.
Hey, how are you? My name is Skylar Johnson. I'm a resident of Brookhaven.
Okay.
So I do have to start to say this, that when I arrived here to speak, I'm actually more concerned now than when I arrived, and there's a few reasons why.
Okay.
So one of the first things that I do want to note is that when we started this hearing, Councilwoman Kent began with an impassioned speech about why she cannot support this ordinance, and the response of the town board appeared to be, well, I'm rubber, you're glue. That is unacceptable to me. This is something that nearly every person in this room is extremely concerned about, and I do not see how it is okay that you could not offer a single defense of it, and that you were attacking your coworker instead of talking about the substance of the bill. I want to talk about the legal briefing that we were given at the beginning of this too, because this is actually more concerning to me. When I heard what the town attorney said, citing these court cases related to this bill, I realized that they sounded very familiar. The reason that these were familiar to me is because when I was doing some research on the background of this bill, if you Google the words New York State zoning, family, the bills that the court cases that were listed will come up in order on the New York State page. It appears that the legal research for this bill was conducted with a Google search, and that was it. That's extremely concerning to me because again, it was read in order of how it appears on the New York State website. That is extremely concerning to me, and more than that, both those cases were examples of when New York State and the United States Supreme Court acted to strike down zoning ordinances when they were too tightly restricting the definition of family. Now, there's some other things that I want to talk about here because these are the things that are the most upsetting to me. Before, we had a member of the community come out and say, I'm very upset that this is happening, and Madam Supervisor, your response was pretty much, well, this is just a referendum, we haven't actually made a decision. Here's the problem. When you put this onto the floor, you are telling so many people that they are not welcome here. Here's a fun fact. We began this meeting where we talked about the Boy Scouts. We talked about members of local sports teams. Here's a fun fact about that. Every one of those people is older than how long the United States has allowed same-sex marriage in every state. We are living in a time that is not far removed. We are living in the same period of time where each one of these groups has been legally and openly discriminated against. And this legislation seeks to resurrect that, and I am deeply disturbed. We live in a time where we still have active KKK chapters on the island. We live in a time where my grandparents can still remember when the town of Yaphank had a Hitler Street and a Goebbels Street. We live in a time when the town of Levittown was used as an American Nazi training camp. We live in a time where people can openly and clearly remember the level of discrimination that takes place every day. And when you put this onto the floor, people are going to say, well, why would I come here? I'm obviously not wanted, and what if it happens again? I deeply feel, to be quite honest, that this entire bill was not actually an attempt to get any legislation passed, but an attempt to appeal to a deeply racist base. And that is very concerning to me. And I am very, very upset to see that. Because I do not believe that the intentions of this go any farther than appealing to whoever the base of support is. And I am very, very disturbed by this. The last thing I'm going to add, going back to the legal aspect, we have already heard from a lot of people that said, this bill is blatantly unconstitutional. It's very, very obvious. Then why are you putting it out? Because if it passes, all you're going to be doing is using Riverhead's tax dollars to fight a Supreme Court challenge. Why would you want that? That doesn't make any sense. I am very, very upset that this is happening because with the exception of one member of the town board here, I have not heard how this bill properly represents your constituents. Because all you are doing is handing power to landlords to use legal tools to discriminate against their tenants. I sincerely hope that this bill never sees the light of day, but more than that, I hope that you never propose anything like this again, because I am telling you that every time something like this reaches the floor, you put up a neon sign outside of Riverhead that says, do not come here, we do not want you. Thank you.
Good evening, Rob.
Good evening. Thank you,
We're
Supervisor.
here to listen to you.
Thank
The
you.
whole board is.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Well, I just want to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to testify.
Sir, if you could just state your name and hamlet for the record, thank you.
Sure. My name is Rob Carpenter. I'm Director of Long Island Farm Bureau in Riverhead, and we represent the farmers in the town of Riverhead. We have some concerns about this proposed code change amendments. Farmers, due to labor shortages, have had to utilize other programs such as H-2A programs and J-1 visa programs to bring workers into the United States. And as part of that, they're required to provide housing. In the town code, there is an exemption or code in the town that allows for agricultural labor housing on farms. However, some of these new programs and the shortages of laborers have actually forced farmers to go into the community to rent houses for their workers. And some of the proposed code changes could impact the ability for farmers to house their farm workers. I'm asking you today, before this goes any further, if you could present this to the Codified Ag Advisory Committee in the town so that the farmers can come in and discuss some of the exceptions to you that will not fall under current ag labor housing in the code. If this is going to go anywhere, so that we can work through it and help the farmers to be able to provide for their workers. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Rob.
Thanks, Rob.
Thanks, Rob. I think you have a very good idea there. I think you have a very good idea, and that's what public input is all about. So somebody will reach out to you.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Okay, who do we have next? Good evening, ma'am.
Very tall here. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Dr. Carolyn Peabody. I'm a member of the Suffolk County Human Rights Commission, the Southold Town Anti-Bias Task Force, and I'm a co-chair of the North Fork Unity Action Committee and a professor at the School of Social Welfare at Stony Brook. I'm here tonight representing all these entities and myself to urge the Riverhead Town Council to vote a resounding no to the proposed change in the rental code. Certainly, I and we recognize that it's important to ensure that there are health codes that are abided by in the rental of housing. And I'm certain that you are thinking only in the best interest of public health. However, there are already wise laws on the books regarding the number of people that can live in housing that has specific numbers of bedrooms and square footage. There are multiple reasons that I and we believe that this code change is at least inadvisable and more fully at worst because it is discriminatory and will contribute in all likelihood to wide-scale discrimination. Furthermore, if you consider the rental market at this time and for quite a while and likely into the future, it's mind-boggling that you would try to make it harder for people to actually find places to rent. Both reasons can start with the fact that it is nearly impossible to find single bedrooms housing in the township of Riverhead for less than $2,000. So what does this actually mean in terms of the kinds of people that can possibly lawfully rent according to your code recommendation in Riverhead? Well, according to a frequently used source for housing, the rent rule of thumb is that you budget 30% of your gross monthly income, which is how much you make before taxes. And if you make $40,000, right, $40,000, you divide this by 12, then your gross monthly income is $3,333. Take 30% of that, and you're left with a little under $1,000. And that's assuming that you don't have any debt, a car loan, health care debt, and even if you expand from 30%, because that you might say that that's like old news, if you expand from 30% to 40%, you should only pay $1,333. Not very likely. So what this means is that when we're thinking about who can actually rent in Riverhead, what this means is that one would have to make somewhere in the neighborhood of $80,000 a year in order to find housing to rent. So what kinds of people fall into the category of making $40,000 a year, which is just under $20 an hour, or even less? Single parents, people with disabilities, students, people who have just graduated from high school, from college, and all the people who are not married, who work in the service industries, of which there are many, many in Riverhead, in agriculture, restaurants, retail, healthcare workers like certified nursing assistants, to mention a few. Parenthetically, I want to remind us all that these are the people that we called essential workers for the last year and a half. And of course, many of those people will be people with black and brown skin. And thus, the Human Rights Commission, who I believe sent you a letter, you may not have received it yet, but all the commissioners signed a letter to you. It states that the presumptive evidence criteria to confirm the existence of a traditional family proposed by your proposed change implicates a variety of protected groups, leading the way to claims of disparate treatment and unlawful discriminatory practices by the town. Indeed, the proposed definition of traditional family will likely violate long-standing court precedent, which we've heard tonight, the Fair Housing Act, New York State and Suffolk County human rights law, and would prevent landlords from renting to any tenant without asking questions that are really violating those laws. I'm certain that you would never want to design public policy that would intentionally result in discrimination against whole groups of people just because they do not make $80,000 a year. So we urge you to vote no on this rental code proposal.
Thank you, Dr. Peabody. Next, who do we have up? Good evening.
I have no problem introducing myself. My name is Evelyn Hobson Womack, for those of you that also may know me as Detective Hobson. I recently retired almost 2 months from the Riverhead Town Police Department. Born, raised, and worked in Riverhead my entire life. What does this say about our town, that a code revision like this could be presented as something to be considered? What does this say about our town, that we have an only recently appointed town board member coming up with such a widely discriminating code revision? that the town supervisor, who, maybe because it's an election year and a similar tactic worked so well for her last campaign, supports both the councilperson she handpicked in this offensive attempt to limit who can live in our town. And who wrote this? I don't think any of us want to hear that our tax dollars have been spent paying a Riverhead town attorney to draw this up. What does all this say? Being elected or appointed to the Riverhead Town Board should be an honor. It is not supposed to mean that you've been granted the right to discriminate against anyone who isn't part of a traditional family unit. It means that you are trusted to do the best for Riverhead. Is this the best you can do? You are supposed to be working for the residents, not working against them, and certainly not having a place to call home impossible. If you aren't, for whatever reason, part of a traditional family unit, it's 2021, not 1950. Household and families come in all shapes, sizes, and configurations, and it's clear that this town board needs to be reshaped as well. Thank you.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening, Town Supervisor and Town Board members. My name is Irma Solis. I am the Director of the New York Civil Liberties Union Suffolk Regional Office. The proposed Town of Riverhead revisions to Riverhead's rental dwelling units law seeks to impose a family or functional family equivalent rubric to protect the health and safety of the occupants of certain rental properties in Riverhead. Those rental properties appear to encompass single-family, multifamily rental properties, as well as group homes for people with disabilities, young people involved with foster and juvenile justice system, and women and their family members who may be victims of domestic violence or abuse. Restricting rental opportunities by way of definition of the functional equivalent of an intact family unit may very well be unconstitutional. Beyond the fatally flawed and privacy-intrusive concept of functional equivalency, the Riverhead proposed town code revision is not at all tailored in any fashion to effectuate the town's stated intent of safeguarding the health and well-being of rental occupants in Riverhead. Rather, the proposed changes include restrictive, intrusive, and offensive definitions of who qualifies to live in rental housing in the town. Government should play no role in regulating household composition, and people are allowed to structure their living arrangements as they see fit. There is a right of intimate association within the home, and this right cannot be conditioned on any government actor's subjective opinion about the value, motivation, or characteristics of the people who seek to invoke this right. People with non-mainstream living arrangements and lifestyles must be able to invoke the right of intimate association. Accordingly, the New York Civil Liberties Union submits that neither restrictive single-family zoning ordinances nor functional family reforms are constitutional exercises of the state's authority. Zoning boards and property inspectors simply do not belong in the business of inquiring into personal relationships. Zoning board and property inspectors are obligated constitutionally to use more tailored approaches to addressing neighborhood problems. The regulatory focus properly should be directed at the use of the building and its structural characteristics. The main purpose of designating a residential structure as a single-family home, as a two-family home, or as a multifamily housing is to distinguish between buildings that contain a single dwelling unit and those that contain more than one. A single dwelling unit simply means a residential unit that is not divided into individual apartments with their own entrances and kitchens. What matters from the health and safety perspective is that the people who share a dwelling unit should live in it in a manner that is compatible with residential use. Numerical occupancy limitations based on square footage and amenities of dwelling space can and should still apply to prevent overcrowding and other ordinances that already exists. Can be used to regulate parking, noise, property maintenance, and other aspects of the dwelling that might affect the surrounding neighborhood. Beyond our position that the proposed zoning ordinance is constitutionally suspect, there are additional drafting issues that raise questions. Preemption issues, How broad is the scope of the law? The impacted rental properties appear to encompass, like I said before, single-family, multifamily rental properties, as well as group homes for people with disabilities, young people involved with the foster and juvenile justice systems, and women and their family members who may be victims of domestic violence or abuse. The conflicts provision in the law does not indicate if these types of settings within Riverheads are within Riverhead's purview or exempted out. There are enforcement issues. How is this law going to be enforced in terms of the fines and prison time? How will it be prosecuted? It's unclear who actually will be bringing prosecutions under this law and which courts would have jurisdiction. Will there be criminal prosecutions or will these be administrative hearings? What is a court of competent jurisdiction for purposes of this law? What does it mean to permit or assist in occupancy? Improper sharing of accumulated data that will have collateral consequences. While all the residence permit application information is protected from FOIL and cabined sharing with town personnel engaged in the enforcement of these provisions, the Riverhead Code contains no affirmative commitment that the information collected in connection with occupancy registration forms will not be shared with federal, state, or local enforcement entities, including with the county sheriff, among other entities. The information accumulated, if any, on the occupancy registration forms should not be subject to discovery, subpoena, warrant, or other means of legal compulsion for release to any person or entity, or admissible in any civil, administrative, criminal, or family court proceeding. No one should ever be criminalized for obtaining shelter for themselves and their family members. For all these reasons, the New York Civil Liberties Union urges the town board to reject this set of proposed amendments to the town code, section 263. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. How you doing? Good.
Thank you.
Good evening, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Ronnie DeConing. I live in the hamlet of Aquabog.
Okay.
And actually, Supervisor, you had knocked on my door when you were running. And we talked a little bit about politically, where we maybe had some differences, and I felt that you came across as curious, and I am going to hope that you remain curious. And it was also the fact that you identify as somebody, of Hispanic background, that to have even deeper curiosity about all of the people who are Latin or Hispanic or people of color or indigenous in our area. Because if you were to go to the Gala Fresh Market right down here and walk down the aisles, you would know what Riverhead is. There are aisles for very specific countries of origins, and it just speaks to what a unique place this is to live, where I chose to build a home. I am the Senior Deputy Director at the Association for Mental Health and Wellness. We provide services for people with serious forms of mental illness, as well as homeless veterans. We have worked to purchase homes and adapt homes to have veterans be able, who came to Suffolk. We have an inordinate amount of recent conflict veterans who have come to Suffolk County, I don't know if people are aware, and that have sought housing through our shelter and now have permanent housing. And if 5 of those veterans who are not related, well, at least not in blood, but boy, I think veterans would say that they are, and are working here in this community, and also providing support for veterans who have PTSD, and helping them to continue to get back into their communities. We also provide housing for people who have been ripped from their life due to a mental illness that was not their fault, and are in recovery and are looking to go back to work. But they are living in poverty because of the disruption of their illness. I'll say finally that I am the chair of the Mental Health Subcommittee for Suffolk County, and the work group for housing is one of the most active and important groups. I myself am a trauma survivor, and I can say that if I was not blessed with consistency in my life. The healthcare disparities that did not take from me the opportunity to heal. One of those was having a safe home. I am able to now be the chair of the Mental Health Subcommittee and with the Association of Mental Illness for 29 years. And I do think that the woman who came to my door, I think you are going to be curious. And I look forward to hearing about that.
Okay.
Next.
Thank you. Thank you for your work, Ronnie. That's important. Thank you for your work. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Madam Town Supervisor, members of the Town Board. Good evening, community members. My name is Pilar Moya Mancera. I am the Executive Director of Housing Help in Greenlawn, New York. Housing Help is a HUD-certified housing counseling agency that has been serving the Suffolk community for over 30 years. I stand before you today on behalf of my organization to express our most sincere opposition to the proposed amendment to Chapter 263 of the Riverhead Town Code concerning rental housing. If enacted, we believe this amendment will have devastating consequences for up to hundreds, if not thousands, of families in need. By creating a rigid definition of a traditional family unit, this amendment will greatly limit the options available for housing within the means of low-income families, thereby worsening and lengthening the ongoing COVID-19 homelessness crisis in Riverhead and across Long Island. Housing Help works with OLA of Eastern Long Island and Rural Migrant Ministry located in Riverhead. Our organization helps educate their clients through workshops and seminars on tenant rights, eviction prevention, and foreclosure prevention. Through these experiences, we at Housing Help have gotten to know people in these communities and learn about their living situations. Many of these people live with non-blood relatives, not because they want to, but because they need to. These families cannot afford to rent by themselves due to the insufficient income and the extremely expensive cost of living on Long Island. Therefore, they live with another family or more so they can all afford to have a roof over their heads, keep the jobs they have, and support their families. These families live together to help one another, whether it is with transportation, childcare, finances, and other basic human needs. Some single mothers we have spoken to have decided to live together to support one another with the care of each other's children because they cannot afford both childcare and rent. In other instances, some families have chosen to live together because they work together and can cut costs by sharing transportation and rent. These are just a few examples of many low-income families in the Riverhead community trying to make ends meet by living with one another. They may not be connected by blood, but they are connected by something far more meaningful, the human need to survive. If this law is enacted, up to hundreds of impoverished families will be impacted. Many of them will lose their jobs, have an increase in financial hardship due to loss of income and increase in fees, and become homeless in a time when they are already greatly struggling due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, on behalf of Housing Help, I formally call upon the Riverhead Town Council to vote against this piece of legislation that will undoubtedly cause long-lasting damage to our community by targeting people of low income. I also call on the council to sit down with Housing Help and other organizations, other groups in the area to find a meaningful solution to overcrowding that will not threaten the welfare of hundreds of families in need. We must do everything we can as a community to overcome all the housing challenges brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, rather than worsening this crisis. Thank you.
Good evening. How are you?
My name is Ananias Canel. I'm part of a board member of an organization on Ronald County here in Riverhead. I live in Flanders. The name of my organization is Center of Alliance, Solidarity and Accompaniment. But I'm coming here today to speak for myself. I've been listening to all the community now that they've been talking about, how people, but I'm gonna talk about myself because I think the law that you guys are wanted to put on work affects people like me. I came here to the United States when I was 17 years old. I came here without father, nothing. So think about a guy like me who doesn't have a family here. And I got taken by a family, right? So is that a traditional family? So if that was, I came here with the United States with my cousin. I'm just gonna try to explain to you so maybe you have that in your head. So that way, you think about, people like me coming to your town and trying to fit in. We don't have family, so what the hell are we gonna do? So I came here to the United States when I was 17 years old with a family, with a dad, with a mom. So I just had a cousin, and my cousin was living with this family, like, a guy who was a house and he was renting to my cousin. So my cousin was like, okay, come in. So, we were, sharing a room in a guy who has, let's say a regular family. So, I worked, and plus, just think about this. When I came here, I started making $9 an hour working as a housekeeper. So think about if, let's say, you're gonna make me pay like a regular, person, $1,000, $2,000, making $9 an hour, a 17-year-old kid. So how are you gonna, work that out? So anyway, so we worked. I came here, work it out, and pay my rent with my cousin, and then I was able to move up and find another work, better pay. So we moved to another place. So when I was a little bit older, like 19 years old, me and a bunch of guys, decided that hey, we have enough money to like rent a place. So I'm a construction worker. So one of the guys that I used to work said, hey guys, we're building this house. There's this house. I'm gonna put it on rent. You guys want it? So we were 8 friends, but we love each other like a family. So there was a 4-bathroom house. So we're like, and the rent was $3,000. So we're 8. So divide all the expenses between 8 guys, and 2 guys in each room. So we all gonna share the house. And believe it or not, in my youth, because I'm 33 years old now, I've been living half of my life in this country, actually in Riverhead. And for me, it was one of the best, times of my life. So think about, are we a family? I love those guys like a family. For me, they're my brothers now. But, if I don't know who's gonna go into the house and say, who's the husband here, or who's who? What the hell are we gonna do? So, I think that kind of, when I was reading about, in the local newspaper, I actually, and it kind of like it hurts me and kind of makes me mad, and because think about, you shouldn't be doing this. When I came here to this country, I came here with 17 years old, and I didn't have any education or anything, so I wanted to go to BOCES. So in BOCES, they told me, no, you should go to high school. So I was like, what the hell am I gonna do? I need to learn English. So what I did was I waited 2 years. So when I was 19 years old, they let me go to BOCES, right? So and then look at I work out and everything. Now I am a house, I'm a homeowner. I just bought my house this year actually, and I achieved all of that because so when I had 19 years old, you have great programs like BOCES, right? That let me work during the day, study during the night, have a career, and work my way up. And then I was able to, get my status. And just to be clear, I came here, like a lot of people might say, illegally. And just for the record, I didn't jump the border. I went under it, okay? So, and if you ask me why you guys did, I have said people ask me why you didn't come the right way. I mean, what is the right way? If you go to the embassy in Guatemala, they don't even let you to the door. So what the hell am I gonna do, And when I say, I didn't know any better. I'm sorry, but, if you guys are at least I'm talking about myself. If I knew a better way to get in, or a safer way, or the best way for me, the best way, that was that way. And, I've been trying to find, I've been trying to be helpful to the community. I've been trying to be, a good citizen for this country. I'm a U.S. Resident right now, I'm a green card holder. And now, hopefully we'll become a U.S. citizen. And these type of things that you guys are trying to do, I think, in my opinion, because it's my opinion, it's, the worst thing that you guys can do as, And you're gonna hurt people like me, guys like me, that come here to try to better themselves, and I know they better the town. Because, I think the lady left, and she told me, are you gonna go talk? She can't speak English. She's like, can you tell them my story? I was like, what is your story? She's like, I wanted to say that, I have 3 daughters, and the rent is $2,000. I cannot make $2,000, so I had to share the house with my daughter. So, so that's 2 families, and what am I gonna do? And I'm like, speaking with, that's how we came here to, give our, your input, our stories, and so that way you guys can have a better idea on how, we function. Because like I said, it's still, how for me was like, how can this happen here, actually, in Riverhead? Like, my God, I can say a lot of things, but I just want to say that please, take into consideration people like me that come here to you, and through your town, and try to better themselves and try to better the town, and and if you're gonna close the door, I think you're gonna lose a lot. So, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Connie.
Good evening. You've heard a lot, and I'm sure some of what I'm going to say is going to be repetitive, but I'm
sorry,
here
can I
tonight-
just interrupt?
Oh, I'm
Connie,
sorry.
can you just
Connie
put your name
Lissandro,
on?
Bating
Thank you.
Hollow. I'm here tonight because after reading this proposed code, I find it was riddled with discrimination. And having over 40 years' experience in the housing arena, administering housing programs in both Nassau and Suffolk County, and most of you know me, I'm an advocate for rental, new developments, affordable workforce market, first-time home buyers, and I think, Riverhead needs it all, and we should have it for the people that reside here. I'm also a very active member in the community on many committees, and I am president of the Long Island Housing Services, which functions as the only dedicated fair housing agency serving all of Nassau and Suffolk counties. The proposed code revisions to the Town Code, Chapter 263, rental dwelling, will disproportionately affect people with disabilities, senior citizens, young people, families in middle, workforce, and low-income brackets, and overall undue expense burden to landlords with less than 5 units, the mom-and-pops rentals that will ultimately be passed on to the renters of our community. Highlighting a few issues with the code revisions: push the cost of rents higher than they already are, burden elderlies that should find the necessity to have someone live with them, to share the cost or assist them in daily living, traditional families that we've discussed here tonight. There's at least 7 types of family structures. Who's going to make this determination? Example, single moms with a child. You got 2 single moms that can't afford rent. They're going to live together to share the cost of living so they can have decent, safe, affordable housing. The LGBT community, a couple that's not married, they want to live together. We've come a long way. Are we going to stop them now from living together? Transition rentals, group homes, sober homes, domestic violence. A lot of women are in domestic violence issues, and they need to have a safe haven. As well as the confidentiality is really a clear intrusive violation. There's no due process overall to determine if a violation is made. Intrusive and privacy rights violated. We acknowledge there's a problem in illegal housing and overcrowding. Unfortunately, this is an issue in many communities, not just Riverhead. There are laws and codes in place to combat this program. It can be handled through inspections and square footage occupancy. In all my years doing housing, the square footage occupancy, it carries a lot of weight, and Suffolk County already has this in place. We can model after that. I've carefully reviewed the proposed code with an attorney on the Long Island Housing Service Advisory Committee who specializes in landlord-tenant civil rights. So rather than go page by page, I suggest and strongly urge the town board to table this code revision until which time housing professionals can meet and discuss with the town officials the best way to go forward. I make myself available, as well as members of the Long Island Housing Service staff, to assist the town in any way we can. In addition, I come before you tonight to share knowledge with this body so to avoid liability to the town of Riverhead and its residents in potential litigation of the Fair Housing Act and constitutional violations. And just, and I don't know if you're aware of it, but New York State is the 4th highest housing wage in the country. You have to actually make $34.03 to afford a 2-bedroom apartment at fair market, which is $2,035, and you would have to work 109 hours a week to afford that. So, we're embarking upon, lack of housing that we've already got. And not only that, I was involved in 2008 when we had the housing crisis and it affected the foreclosure impact. But with this pandemic, the evictions that we're about to see is absolutely scary. And it's gonna be like something we've never seen before, because unfortunately the money to pay the landlords has not gotten out into the community. So once this moratorium lifts, we're gonna find homelessness like we've never seen in this Long Island before, and the country, for a matter of fact. Thank you, and I hope you will take in consideration what everybody has said tonight, because we're headed for a crisis.
Okay,
Thank
you, Carmen. Okay. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
How are you?
Thank you for your patience at this
Your
hearing.
patience.
A lot of members of the public to speak. My name is Ian Wilder.
Okay.
I am a proud resident of Riverhead.
Okay.
I also happen to be the executive director of Long Island Housing Services. We are an over 50-year-old civil rights organization focused on fair housing. Our mission is both to eliminate housing discrimination and to promote safe, decent, and affordable housing. And I understand that that is a balance at times. I appreciate and support the town board's efforts to make sure that the tenants in this town can live in places that are safe for them to live. I also appreciate that we all want more affordable housing. I think those are things that pretty much everybody agrees on, that we want safe housing and we want affordable housing. I think the path to that is where we have disagreement. I would like to address something the town attorney mentioned, because I had a chance to look at the Department of State website. The Department of State gives 2 paths to dealing with this issue. One path deals with trying to define who can live where. That path on that website is riddled with municipalities losing court cases that I imagine were very, very expensive. The other path, which they make clear, has a carve-out for the Fair Housing Act, which the path that the town board has in this law does not, which is, as discussed before, doing a reasonable number of people per square living area. That is the safer and better path. And I want to make clear as part of my earlier comments that I don't oppose, I know there are a number of things put up in this change. Our agency does not oppose the things that will help with enforcement in terms of the fines, in terms of having a proper inspection. We want those safety things. Those things are objective. The subjective things we find create problems for everybody involved. And we've heard from across the community, we've heard from the business community also on this. To be clear, the sole thing that I'm discussing is dealing with the traditional family and the functional equivalent. And there are potential fair housing law problems under that for disability, for familial status, also for age, for marital status, source of income. Because we're not only talking about state law, there are also, federal law, there's also state and county human rights laws which cover fair housing. The town, as I'm sure you're aware, in order to get HUD funding, has to sign a certification every year that it will affirmatively further fair housing. That is a phrase, despite some recent news reports, that was in the 1968 Fair Housing Law. And it is a requirement for every time a municipality gets HUD funding. What that language means, and it's rather unwieldy, is that they will fight housing discrimination, that they will work to undo segregation with those funds. It is possible for HUD to instruct Suffolk County, who is the grantee for HUD funds, and Riverhead is a sub-grantee, if they decide that this law does not affirmatively further fair housing, if they decide that this law could violate the Fair Housing Act, to instruct Suffolk to stop sending those checks to our town until that matter is dealt with. And if you want to look at something, you can look at the Westchester case, where they also have the ability to claw back money. That was what was threatened in Westchester, was to claw back years, $50 million worth of HUD funds, unless Westchester made it the needed example, the needed changes. So there are a number of problems. And I've talked to some former HUD officials about this. This is not just me talking about it. They've spotted this as a potential issue. As also mentioned, this law puts the landlord in a bind. Now, I know doing the work I do that landlords are often not people who are given sympathy, but I have to tell you, I was also a real estate attorney for a dozen years, and landlords were my clients, and they're human, and the vast majority of them are just trying to pay their mortgage. But it puts them in a bind, because as far as we're concerned, it requires them to ask questions which would violate fair housing law. So they have a choice. They can either violate town law, or they can violate fair housing law. That's not a good choice to have to make. As far as I can see, trying to solve the problem by defining who's living in it does not move forward a compelling government interest. It doesn't solve the problem of having too many people. Having a law about how many people can be there deals with that problem. Having indicia where it's problems of fire safety, which we already have laws, whether they're locks on doors that are inappropriate, too many people living, sheets put up to break up houses so that it's a dangerous circumstance, people living in spaces where they are basements or attics, where they're not safe living spaces. Those are things we have laws on for the books. And I realize there are enforcement problems. I won't reiterate the discussions about all the communities that could potentially be impacted by this, because there are quite a number. I will tell you that I also grew up in a community that I consider a lot like Riverhead. I grew up in a working class immigrant community. I grew up in Copiague. It was built proudly by Italians who came over here. As they left, there were two waves that came in the same time of people from Latin America and, interestingly enough, Poland. I would say there's probably more Polish food now in Copiague than there is in Riverhead, believe it or not, though I'm sure I'll get in trouble for that. I also, and I very much love this town. I've been here for 8 years. I've gotten deeply involved in the community. I had already served on library board. And I see this as the same type of community. This is a working class community with a proud immigrant heritage. Despite the pandemic interrupting the Polish Fair every year, we're very proud of that heritage. And every immigrant wave that has come over has lived together in the same way. Go back and look at the Ellis Island records. No matter where they came from, if they came from Ireland or Germany, they've lived in functional equivalents, non-traditional homes. This is not something that is new, that people have defined who they can live together. And I want to keep reiterating, I'm not talking about having a dangerous number of people in a house, but I'm talking about people being able to create the melting pot, and that's a word we never talk about anymore. The melting pot that is this country. The ability to come here and grow roots. And in order to grow roots, you got to have the starter pot. And we don't have enough of that available. So people have to work things out. And as long as they're doing that within safety, that's what's important. And I would like this community to keep that same heritage, and the community to stay a place that's a welcoming community for people who want to come here and work, people who want to immigrate here, people who eventually want to build families here. So thank you. I would ask that the town board move to an alternative method for enforcing the same law, because I do not believe that the method of trying to define who lives in a household will serve any of our interests. It won't serve the overcrowding. It won't serve us in terms of getting aid from HUD. It won't serve the housing community. And it won't serve the people who are living here. It won't serve our employers. So I think this is an idea we tried, and I think the community has spoken that we need to go back to the drawing board, because we do want safety, but we want it in a way that works. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lyle.
Very well said.
Yeah, very well said.
Yep.
Hi. Hi.
Hi, good evening, ma'am.
Good
How are you?
evening. I'm Ethel Sussman. I live in South Jamesport.
Okay. Your name is, I'm sorry?
Ethel Sussman.
Okay, Ms. Sussman.
First, I would like to read into the record a statement by Allison Matway of Wading River. She did send the comments. I know Diane referred to them, but she would like her remarks read into the record, so bear with me. This is Allison's statement. Since the day I met Supervisor Aguiar, I knew she would be dangerous to Riverhead. She started her run for office here by aligning herself with another dangerous group, RTACC, who also sought to damage the reputation of our school district and helped sink a bond to increase the size of our schools to accommodate our ever-growing population. What was Ms. Aguiar's reason for going against the school bond? Overcrowded housing. And she and then Councilwoman Jody Giglio did not hide the fact that they would follow kids to their homes and report what they saw was problematic. The issue is that the families they were targeting were Latinx. They were discriminating against members of the community who looked a certain way. Now there is a new attempt by Ms. Aguiar, along with Ken Rothwell, to discriminate against a whole host of people, including changing the town code. The new code change redefines the definition of family as one in which structure and function resemble a traditional family unit,
And just what is a traditional family unit? Is it a two-parent household? That discriminates against single parents. Or is it two heterosexual parents? That discriminates against the LGBTQ community. Or is it only single families living together with no extended families or aunts or uncles living together to make housing affordable? That would be discrimination against a lot of families, including our Latinx families. I am not surprised by the lack of introspection from Ms. Aguiar about how these changes would be discriminatory. It's just another in a series of actions that demonstrate that she is not fit to be our town supervisor, as she does not truly comprehend the results of her actions or care about supporting all of our town's residents. We cannot allow Ms. Aguiar's distorted and discriminatory vision to become the guiding light for our increasingly diverse town. We must reject hate and discrimination, including these proposed changes to our town code. That is the end of Ms. Matway's statement. And I have a statement of my own. There have been times in not so distant history when public authorities have decided who has and who hasn't got the right to live where they choose and with whom. It is beyond shocking to me that Riverhead could become one of those places where people are subject to spontaneous visits to their homes, where children are questioned as to who is living there, that mail is checked, and all the other aspects of enforcement which could ensue. Don't pretend that this is all about code enforcement and public safety. We can all cite instances of unequal and discriminatory code enforcement going on all over our town to this day. This proposed code change is directed against our Latinx neighbors who seem to have a more generous concept of what family means. It would harm them and many others in non-traditional family units. I urge you to vote it down. And what I would like to add is that I've seen at this hearing two conflicting visions of our town. One seems to be closing us down, restricting how people can speak, scheduling meetings at times when many people are working during the working day and not able to attend, restricting the way meetings can or cannot be Zoomed, or people can or cannot participate, and restricting the kinds of people in our town. And then there's this other impulse which has given me so much hope and encouragement, is to see all the people from Riverhead who are for a more open town, who are for a more diverse and welcoming town. And that gives me hope for Riverhead's future, which I sometimes lack. But I've been very inspired by a lot of the presentations here, and I only hope that the members of the town board are listening, because really the future of our town and what it means to live here and what our town is going to be like, its very future is at stake. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Kramer. I live in Riverhead.
Okay.
I want to thank the town board and the supervisor for holding this public hearing and allowing this opportunity to speak on these proposed changes to the rental code, and to thank you for the inspiration. I have lived in downtown Riverhead for 24 years and can state with all honesty that the issues you're attempting to address with this legislation are not issues in my downtown community. The issues downtown residents are concerned with, public safety, traffic, parking, and our overcrowded schools have never actually been addressed by our town government. Instead, repeated administrations have exacerbated these issues by allowing and continuing to approve high-rise residential buildings downtown without the commensurate investments in infrastructure to support high-density residential buildings. And the goal of these proposed changes is not to fix those problems either, but to continue using this issue as a political wedge, as was done in 2019 during the elections, the bond process for the Riverhead School District, and the school budget vote last year. The goal is to use this wedge to divide the town, no matter the cost to the residents of the town generally, or the negative impact upon members of my community specifically. I am here to say no more. I am here to say, take responsibility for what has been done to address the issues your own votes have created downtown in approving high-density housing, and to think more fully and more compassionately about the future of Riverhead. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon.
Good evening. My name is Lawrence Scudder. I walked 500 paces to get here. My problem, I'm going to be the most unpopular person in the room, because my problem is exactly the opposite of everybody here. The house next door to the house that I was born and raised in for 68 years is a 5-bedroom home. And it was sold, we were told, recently to a couple with 2 children. I haven't seen the couple. The first thing that happened was the casement windows in the basement were disrupted and heightened to put more light into the basement, and there's an apartment being built underneath the house. We came to the building code people, and they told us there was no building permit for the home. And so the dynamic is that we're going to have a large number of people living next door to us with a single kitchen in a 2-bathroom home. And I understand the concerns that everybody else has expressed here this evening. My father was the first president of the Riverhead Little League, helped form it. My grandfather and my father were on the school board. I spent 10 years on the BOCES board myself. We have been long-term residents of the town, and we're not trying to turn it back and have it be something else that it isn't. We know fully well what it is, and we're proud residents of the town. We want to do what we can for growth. The dynamic is that the issue does exist, and I don't know exactly how you all are going to figure out how to handle it, but I'd be more than happy to speak with any one of you after the meeting or at some other time about my situation or somebody at the building department. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Hi.
Good evening. My name is Larry Street. I am president of Eastern Long Island branch of NAACP. I didn't know about this until recently, real quick tonight, and so I ran down here. I don't have anything written up to say, but however, let me just say this. And I just some questions I have that's running through my mind is that when the board sat down to propose this amendment, did you not think that there would be pushback at all? Or did you even consider what you were planning on doing, or didn't even think about pushback? Because if you didn't think about pushback, then I don't know what this is all about here. Okay, because you should have considered there may be some pushback. If there was no one in the room that even thought that there was pushback, that makes me wonder. That really makes me wonder. Have you walked or lived in the shoes of these people? Do you know what they go through? Or you just made a conscious decision that this is what we're going to do? I mean, I'm very curious. I'm really curious. Was there anybody at the table when you came up with this that thought that maybe we should rethink this?
Well, I'm going to say that
Well,
I did question it.
Well, Catherine, Ms. Ken, I know I questioned it. Everybody knows who I'm talking about. Okay? So I'm just very curious. Okay? What were you thinking? What were you thinking? Like I said, you have not walked in these people's shoes. Maybe, perhaps, the board needs to have a reset. Maybe we need more diversity. Maybe there should be somebody sitting at the table who might say, well, wait a minute. We have to think about this. Maybe the board needs to have a little more diversity. So maybe those questions might come up. If you don't have that, those questions won't come up. I urge you not, please say no to this. Because I would hate to see if there's any further pushback on this matter. Thank you.
Good evening. You've
Good
been sitting
evening,
here a
Taki.
long time. My name is Takri Turchin. I live in Calverton. I do happen to be the president of the Greater Calverton Civic. However, tonight I'm speaking as a part of myself, as a resident of Riverhead. It's been a long time, and I wish we had more oxygen in here for you, for your attentions and for ours. I had no intention of speaking during this public hearing, and yet after listening since, I don't know, a little after 6, I've learned something tonight, listening to the many folks speaking on this public hearing on the rent code proposal. People like Mr. Rob Carpenter from Farm Bureau, and at least a handful of other pertinent organizations, including New York State Civil Liberties Union and Mr. Ian Wilder. And those were only the folks I could capture in, let's say, the second half of this program tonight. There were many before that. And as I listened, it occurred to me that instead of having a public hearing format on this particular topic, a most appropriate use of the town board's time and that of the public would have been to invite these people who spoke with you tonight, the ones I've mentioned and the other heads of organizations, to a work session to garner their important input proactively and lead by example by the utilization of good counsel versus the palpable fear and ire I've heard tonight from the community of people here in Riverhead. Thank you.
Anyone else want to come forward? Chip, do we have anybody on Zoom?
While Chip is pulling the folks up on Zoom, just a reminder, the folks on Zoom, they need to state their name and their hamlet, please.
Hello?
Hey, Wayne Stack, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, we can hear you. We are
Okay,
here
great.
for public hearing on to amend chapter 263. Is that what you're going to speak about?
Yes.
Oh, great, okay. Floor is
Okay,
yours.
hello everyone. My name is Wayne Steck. I am from Summerwind Apartments in downtown Riverhead. And I'd like to thank the board for listening to everyone's comments so intently for all these hours. And I just wanted to say, I agree with the board's intent and objectives of Chapter 263. I feel that the guidelines are just trying to improve and maintain a fair, safe, and affordable living environment for all residents and landlords alike. And I've listened to everyone's insightful comments on what constitutes a family and equality. And I'm confident that the board heard everyone and the final draft will address all these concerns. I didn't want to get too detailed or specific in my comments. My comments aren't bold and broad as others have discussed. I wanted to focus on a few of the details of the code that are burdensome for multifamily property owners to implement and could hinder the current revitalization of downtown Riverhead in providing the very much needed affordable and safe housing. I'll try and be as quick as possible and just go through a few bullet points that I have. Some of it is corporate-owned structure where we have to list names of officers, managers, agents, shareholders. Some companies, whether it's public or big companies, could have 50, 100, or 1,000 shareholders, and they can't all possibly sign the permit application. It should just be limited to officers, managers, and agents. Same as with proof of residency. I think just the corporation's officers and managers should be required. It's asking for us to draw legible floor plans. I feel that the filed blueprint should be accurate enough and should satisfy that requirement. It's asking for the number of occupants in a particular unit. Our units change constantly. So sometimes I could have a one bedroom with one person, I could have a one bedroom with 3 people. I think that the application should allow for just putting in a range or the maximum number of people allowed. It also asks for the names of each person that's occupying the premises. This also changes all the time. We file 52 permits at once for 2 years. I could have 500 different occupants during that period. We have doctors, nurses, military personnel that they change frequently. Amending our permit every time we have a tenancy change would be extremely time consuming. What else I have? If an owner or authorized agent live outside of Suffolk County, we have to have a Suffolk County address for due process. This doesn't currently affect me, but if I moved to Nassau County, I would no longer be in compliance with that rule and don't have a Suffolk County residential address. It also asks for a new rental occupancy permit filed for each new tenant. Motels and 150-day rentals are exempt from this rule. I feel that multifamily rental buildings over a certain number of units should also be exempt. We would have to file an amended permit almost weekly to comply with this ordinance. And an affidavit signed by each owner and tenant named in the application could also be hundreds of signatures each time we submit an application or an amendment. And I think that what we could do is possibly give you an affidavit by the owner or management saying that we have provided these tenants and owners with the rules and regulations of the town, and we'll have them sign something and we'll keep it on file if you ever wanted to research it. And my last comment is an authorized agent officer should be able to sign for the permit rather than the owners. Sorry if that was too detailed and completely off tangent from what everyone else was saying, but just as a building owner in downtown, those are my thoughts. And thank you for your time.
Okay, Mr. Steck, thank you. Have a good evening. Anyone else?
Yes. Daniel Hopkins.
Okay. Can you hear us, Mr. Hopkins?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, now we do, yes.
Great. Hi, I'm Danny Hopkins. I'm representing the Long Island Progressive Coalition based in Massapequa.
Okay.
And I'd like to start my remarks off with definitions of individual racism and systemic racism. Individual racism refers to an individual's racist assumptions, beliefs, or behaviors, and is a form of racial discrimination that stems from conscious and unconscious personal prejudice. Individual racism is supported and reinforced by systemic racism, Now, systemic racism includes the policies and practices entrenched in established institutions which result in the exclusion or promotion of designated groups. It differs from overt discrimination in that no individual intent is necessary. And so, regardless of your intent, some of these proposed revisions are not only classist, since they disproportionately harm low-income residents, they are also racist because they would, as was stated by previous speakers, disproportionately harm Black, brown, and indigenous people. As has also been discussed, this proposal would also be discriminatory against the LGBTQ community, seniors, and so on. We've also heard from the Long Island Board of Realtors, the Farm Bureau, and so somehow you've managed to unite people from all walks of life, all in the name of rejecting these terrible proposals. I'm going to quote now from the letter that the Long Island Progressive Coalition and 25 other organizations sent the board on Monday, which speaks to the legal ramifications of these revisions. Quote, the proposed definition of a traditional family likely runs afoul of long-standing court precedent and the state human and civil rights statutory definitions and protections. It is also our opinion that the changes would violate the Federal Fair Housing Act, along with New York State and Suffolk County human rights law, and would prevent landlords from renting to any tenant without asking questions that violate those laws. And at this time, in the midst of a global pandemic, when Long Island and the nation at large stand on the precipice of a housing crisis, this government should be devoting its resources to ensuring housing security for all residents rather than creating restrictions that harm those least able to find alternatives. End quote. So I urge you, after the public portion of this meeting has concluded, and after you've heard all of the people who showed up on this Tuesday night to speak out against these misguided revisions, to immediately move to reject these proposed revisions before you adjourn this meeting. You clearly have the people's unanimous consent. Don't waste any more of their time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hopkins. Chip, do we have anyone else?
Yes, we do.
Approximately how many people do we have?
This is the last person.
Okay. Do we need to take a break, Jim? Going? Do we
Yeah,
need to take a break?
I could run in real quick and go to the bathroom.
You want me to take a break, or you just?
If nobody else has to, don't take a break.
No, we're finished. We're finished. Okay. All right, Chip. You need water or something? Yeah.
Got it.
You need water? You need water? You need water?
Need my medicine.
Yeah. I know. You start like shaking, right, when it's.
It's just uncomfortable.
Can you hear us?
How you doing? Oh, it's, who's that, Rhonda Rari? Oh, okay. Okay. Mr. Rari, your internet, it's happened in the past.
Mr. Eric, can you hear us?
Yeah. Is there anybody else up?
Nobody else requested to speak.
Does anybody else from the audience would like to speak?
Hi, Ellen Hoyle, Riverhead, New York. Mr. Supervisor, I know that you like to point these things out, so I would just like to make a point. Wayne Steck, is he connected to the downtown business development?
I have no idea.
I think you would know that kind of thing. Catherine, is he connected to the downtown?
He's a developer in the downtown.
Business district. So
Yeah.
he's on the business district, the bid.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, we did lose Mr. Harari. You can give us a call. We have another public hearing. It's 9 p.m. You can reach out to us, write to the clerk with your comments, if you happen to hear us. And hearing no one else, no one on the internet, no one from the floor. The time is 9. Oh, he put his hand up. We'll give him one more time. Okay, he's back.
First of all, I want to say how proud I am of my community for standing up and voicing their concerns as to this outrageous garbage piece of legislation that this town board's Republican majority has submitted this evening. It is constitutionally infirm as well as discriminatory. And I say, shame on Supervisor Aguirre, shame on Councilman Rothwell, shame on the town attorney for even embarrassing our town for submitting this nonsense. You should resign. You are not doing our community, our taxpayers, a service. And I say once again, adios, move on. This is a disgrace. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else, Chip?
That is all.
All right, so one thing I want to make sure that everyone understands, the purpose of a public hearing is to work with the public, get input, and sometimes people have to go back to the table. And this is the absolute purpose, whether people understand it.
Disgrace,
but-
I'm proud. That's exactly what I need to say.
Okay. Is he finished or not? One last word? Okay. It is now. And I just want to give a lot of credit to Ian Weiler. You know, he mentioned the distinction between living in unsafe conditions and, of course, the family designation. And they are somewhat, it's important to understand both of them, and he made them very clear. And does any member of the board have any comments on this?
I agree with Mr. Weiler I think he spoke very well. And when he addressed, he spoke about square footage as per number of residents for a house. To me, I don't care if you're family or not family. That makes no difference in my mind with what we're trying to do here. My concern is about the safety and welfare of the children that we have seen in deplorable conditions, living in houses with extension cords running all over the place, fire hazards, entrapment hazards, padlocks outside the bedroom doors. That's what this initiative is about. It's not about picking on any one person because of their skin color, their ethnicity, or anything else. It's about making sure that our residents are safe. And if we allow houses to continue to foster residents living in those conditions, then we're failing you as a town. We're not here to pick on anybody, but we're here to make sure that the safety of our residents are first and foremost. And all you people can sit out there and shake your head all you want, but if you look at the pictures and see the things that I've seen as a police officer in my career and that I've seen coming through our code enforcement, you would shake your head and say, my God, town, why haven't you done something? Well, that's what we're going to do. And we need to hold the landlords accountable for allowing this to occur in their houses. You want to rent a house, that's great. Go by the rules, get your rental permits, and it's up to you also as a landlord to know what's going on in that house, not just collect the money every month. Okay, so that's what the purpose of this is. It's not to hurt anybody because of their color or anything else. It's about to make sure that our residents, especially our children who have no say in the matter, are safe and living in a safe environment.
So I just want to make a couple of points. I do think the legislation as written was discriminatory. And I was sitting here tonight thinking about all the kids that were here. We had a lot of kids here. We had 2 ball teams here. We had a Boy Scout troop here. And when we were talking about the definition of a traditional family, I thought, how many of those kids, their family is within that description of a traditional family? I don't think that's a large number. Families come in all different configurations, and I think when we talk about what's a traditional family and what isn't, we send the wrong message to our youth, and we need to really think about that, because it's hard enough for kids these days trying to fit in, but then when we're sending that kind of message, I don't think it's good for kids. You know, certainly we need to address the unsafe housing in our community. This is something that we all need to sit down and talk about together. But also another takeaway I had from tonight, I want to thank everybody that came out and spoke tonight. And I hope that the people in the community will take some time to listen to the stories, because we have to admit, there's been a lot of division in our community over the last couple of years. And what we need to do is listen to one another, and there were some really moving stories tonight. And I hope that the people in the community take time to listen, because it can only be good and be healing for us. So, after that, I think we need to sit down and address some of these unsafe housing conditions together as one community.
Anyone else?
I'd just like to say, I thought the story by the Guatemalan man that came
That
was
was real good,
really
yeah.
heart-wrenching.
Yeah,
I thought it was a
was.
great story. And
Touching.
frankly, it reminded me of my own ancestors who came here, which the gentleman played upon before. I think if any of us look around, at some point, unless we were American Indians, our ancestors came here from somewhere else, had to acclimate, had to work hard, and had to create a life for themselves. So I thought that was a really touching story, and I was proud of him for doing that.
And I just want to make one last comment. I am a Latina. When I started school, I only spoke Spanish. I know exactly what everybody was talking about. I lived that. My parents were so poor, they made dresses from curtains for me to go to school. So the biggest race is the people who knows that somebody's a Hispanic, knows the conditions, and for their own personal agenda, turn it around and call me a racist. That's the last thing that I am. And I live beyond some of those stories that I heard. And I went to school, struggled, because I only spoke Spanish. Thank God I had teachers who took me under their wings. And I went, first one to graduate from high school. Never thought I can graduate. Went on to college. Didn't even think that I could finish college. Went on the police department. Never thought I could take the test. And when I retired, people go to Florida, they move away. I started a PhD program because I wanted to move on in my life and give my kids and my family what I can and help support my parents. So nobody ever should ever call somebody a racist unless you know what footprints they've left on this earth. So with that in mind, there was no one else that has to speak. Oh, you'd like to say something?
Also, just briefly, when this legislation first came up, the objective of it at hand was, we had talked about an incident in New York City where a couple of firefighters had passed away, where they entered a structure and there was a illegal partition that was put across, and the firefighters became trapped. The concern and the thought behind the initial review of the legislation was to say, how do we make certain that an incident like that never happens out here in our town, and that we have safe structures throughout? And so that houses aren't divided up where, should there be a fire or an incident, that our firefighters can enter and follow a STEM path and not get trapped in a house where we have, I'll just try to talk louder, where we have basements that are divided up into multiple dwellings, and living rooms or dining rooms that are converted into additional spare bedrooms. So we just want to know the outline of a structure, the outline of a house, and it was, the idea and the thought was truly beyond just to follow safe protocols and to build them in place to make sure that the residents, occupants, first aid, anyone attending, safety was first and foremost. I understand that people looked at the outline of today's public hearing, and it discussed, the functional equivalent of a traditional family. Certainly then, by listening to people, I understand great perspectives tonight. It's something that needs to be reviewed. This wasn't written as part of new legislation. This is, as we mentioned earlier, is already in our books. And so perhaps it's time to go back and to review that. That was something that was written back in maybe 2016, I believe. And so it's something that is a great learning tonight, to go back and be able to look that over, and perhaps it's time to update those codes and to put. So having a public forum like this tonight is very educational to us, to everyone. So there's a need to make sure that we're safe and we build protocols, but we never ever want to segregate anybody, hurt anybody, of any particular origin. And so perhaps tonight, certainly from the public hearing, we go back, we review, and we try again for the interest of safety and to accommodate everybody. And I thank everybody for their thoughts and their comments tonight. That's well taken into consideration. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, hearing from no one else? Hearing from no one, it's 9:18. I am going to close this public hearing. I'm going to leave it open until 4:30 PM, August 27th at the town, 4:30 PM at the town clerk's office. And we're going to move on to our second public hearing, which was scheduled for 6:10.
I'm gonna go use the voice.
And we now open it up to the public for consideration on the proposed local law to amend Chapter 217 of the Riverhead Town Code entitled Building Permit Fees. I'm going to ask our town attorney, Bob Kosakevich, to please give us an overview of this topic.
Do you want to wait for folks to leave?
Yeah, give him a couple seconds or we won't hear you.
Diane.
Grace, are you here for the long run?
Yeah, this is,
You here for the long run tonight, Grace? I'm taking breakfast orders, if anybody's interested. Egg sandwiches? From Stink Belly, is that?
With regard to the second public hearing, it's an amendment of Chapter 217, which is the chapter which is entitled Building Construction and Improvements in Housing Standards. This code change is a repeal and replace. We are repealing the current language at 217-12 and enacting new provisions which will generically allow for the board to establish schedule of fees by resolution. We have kept in the provisions which allow for any construction that's related to improving access, safety, and independent living for those who are disabled, such as the construction of ramps, kitchen and bedroom renovations to address mobility issues as something that would be exempt or where building permits would be waived. So that provision is coming forward. There's a repeal, but it's being replaced in whole. Same, there's also a second section which is a little bit different, which talks about architectural barriers, and that too is coming forward and allowing for the waiver of a building permit fee. That's pretty much it.
okay. All right, does any members of the committee want to come forward concerning this consideration?
Boy, no love for this one.
Yeah, I know, this one. All right, Chip, do we have anyone online? Does any of the board members want to make any comments on this legislation?
It's just a matter of streamlining, making it easier. They still have to go before a public hearing, so people will still have a right to, before a resolution, so people have a right to speak on it. We're not taking that right away from anything, but it's just streamlining the process of doing it. Otherwise, it takes forever to make these changes on an individual basis, going back through the entire code.
And I agree. So that's it. It is 9:22. We're going to close this public hearing, and we're going to leave it open for 10 days until 4:30 PM on August 27, 2021 at the town clerk's office. All right. 9:23, this concludes the public hearing portion of this meeting, and we're going to move on. Before we move on to resolutions, before us, we have a comment period, and I'm going to ask Bob Kosakevich, as our town attorney, to make a statement.
Yeah, as noted before, the town board has adopted rules and procedures for the public comment. The public comment, again, is a balancing of the desire to hear from you and hear your opinions and thoughts. However, at the same time, as set forth earlier, we're looking for the proceedings to be orderly and disruptive. There is a 5-minute rule in effect, so there will be a heads up that there's 5 minutes. When I think we're 30 seconds in, there'll be an announcement, and hopefully we get through this real quick. Thank you.
Does anyone from the public want to make a comment concerning any resolutions before us?
Hello, my name's Ellen Hoyle. I'm from Riverhead. And I'm here tonight to talk to you about Resolution 2021-545, appointment to a ZBA position.
$5.45? Ellen, $5.45?
545. You're voting today on a resolution to appoint a member to the Zoning Board of Appeals. I would like to remind you that we, the Riverhead taxpayers, pay for this position. Unlike some other committees, we're paying about $9,000, I believe, for this position. My fellow town residents will spend significant tax dollars to pay this person, both in wages and pension. So why has this position never been advertised for requesting applications? Why were we never informed about the opening? It was mentioned briefly at a work session, and that was it. Now you may say, well, you are hiring a person who's the most qualified for the position. However, how can we as residents know that, knowing that no time were other applications brought through proper channels considered? I'm aware that someone submitted another resume, but it was never, ever given real consideration. Based on the work session video and the speed with which this resolution is being pushed through, I'm going to say that it probably was not given any consideration. Where has the transparency in Town Hall gone? Finally, I'd like to move to the real issue that I have, and I'm sure many residents have with this resolution, and that is the complete lack of diversity that is yet again being shown by this town board, and particularly the town board majority. Because let's be honest for a moment and understand that this is your person, your choice, and your pick. Never in the last several years have the members of this board, other than Councilwoman Kent and former Supervisor Jen Smith, thought once about the fact that all your boards are made up of white males. There is not one woman,
I
one person
apologize,
of
I was
color.
born that way, Ellen, sorry.
There is not one woman, one person of color, or one person of LGBT identity serving in any paid or even unpaid position on a board other than here. And you were all elected, I might remind you. I request that the town board table this resolution and open the position to a truly open and fair application process under the EEOC. Thank you.
I'm just going to mention that if we go by what you say, we would hire somebody or put somebody in this position because they have a different skin color or a different belief.
No, again, that's not what I said.
And, yeah, that's exactly what you said.
No, I said, right here, it says that you may say that you have the person who's best qualified for the position. However, how can we possibly know that as you never opened the process to applications?
Yeah, but you talk about diversity and why there's no color and
but okay. So
to me, that would be an insult
you would have
if
the
you're saying to
opportunity
me,
to do.
you should get
You would
this
have
position
the
because of your
opportunity to
color.
do diversity had you opened the application process. However, you just picked the person you wanted to pick.
I didn't pick. I had somebody come to me and
Let's be honest.
ask
You guys
to do
picked.
this.
The four of you up there picked this person.
Yes.
It was presented to the board.
Absolutely.
No, okay, so who presented it to the board?
I presented it to the board.
Okay,
To the
you
entire
presented
board
it to the
and
board.
another board
All
member
right,
picked
so you
her?
presented it to the board, the other four members accepted that
somebody I thought
application.
is- and I
Okay,
s- and I
at
believe
what
is
point was
perfect.
this an
Excuse
advertised
me,
position?
I'm talking.
No, you talked
I'm
over
talking.
me. You're
You
talking
ask
over
a
me.
question, I will answer it.
Okay, go ahead.
This person came to us with interest of being in this position.
And was it was
His
it open for
resignation.
applications?
Would you let me finish?
No.
Thank you. This person is highly qualified for this position.
I'm not disputing that.
The other person that was submitted to us, great person, love her to death, but not as qualified as this
Not
person for
disputing
the
that.
position. Quite simply, that's what it is. You want to make something more of
But
this?
again,
Spin your wheels,
it's
ladies,
a
spin your wheels.
paid
It's nothing
government
more than
position.
that.
It
simply.
needs to be open in an application
It's open.
process.
It was discussed
It's
in a work
paid-
session. You admitted that.
It's not an application process according to the E EEOC.
Didn't have to be.
It does.
The
It's a
board
paid
appoints this
government
position.
position.
The board appoints this position.
I have to
And it's
interrupt and
paid.
remind us that we have 30 seconds left.
It's a paid position that the taxpayers of this town
Every person we
should
hire
be
in this
able
town is a
to
paid position.
understand
Should we bring
who
them
these
before
people
them
are
and dance
and that they
them
went
before
through a
you?
proper
Come on,
application
Ellen,
process.
get real.
I am real.
Stop.
You're the ones who are living in a bubble, it appears.
Yeah, I'm living in a bubble, all right.
Angela DeVito, South Jamesport. Mr. Hubbard, I'd like to remind you that just as we, as members of the public, will caution that we need to be respectful of the town board, that goes two ways. And Ms. Aguiar, I'm very disappointed that you did not control your town board member during this meeting and his outburst with the recent speaker here, regardless of how he felt he was being treated.
Regardless of how rude she was and overstepping my
You
conversation.
were not
You're right,
rude.
Angela. I'm not going to cow down to anybody that does that.
We're not asking you
That's
to.
not going to happen. You want to act
We're
like
not
that
asking
up
you to
there,
get
you're
on
gonna
your
get it
knees for
thrown right back
anyone.
at you.
We're not
End
asking
of
you to get
story.
on your knees for anyone, but we're asking you to have the mutual respect. You wish for us to address you respectfully.
You give
We
respect
need
to
for
when you give
need
respect,
to
you
give
give
it.
respect.
You need to
Angela,
give it
remember
back.
that.
And you need to do more than that because you are the public servant, not us.
I absolutely am.
I would like to address resolutions 2021 536, 537, and 538. They deal with transfers of monies from one budget line item to another. And my concern is with the amounts that are being transferred, but also is the fact that there isn't really an explanation, for example, for the first one in 536 as to the overage, which is almost $100,000, that monies that were unspent. They had been allocated for something, and they were unspent at that particular point. And I looked through our budget. I spent about 2 hours this afternoon going through the budget, the adopted budget for 2021, and there were two things that I couldn't find. One was the line items for these transfers, where the money is coming from and where they're going to. And the second thing was I couldn't find something called the Community Benefit Fund. I could find the Community Preservation Fund, but not the Community Benefit Fund. And in looking through the 2021 budget, all the information that's provided, like on what all of the various funds are and what they are, I could not find it. I would ask that in the future, I understand monies need to be transferred, they need to be put where they're best used for the benefit of the town, but that the information and explanation be a little bit more detailed, and that we can be able to find in our budget documents that are posted exactly where these are, using the line items that were there. I would just ask that because it just would make it easier to see what we started with and what we're winding up with. The other thing that I am curious about is 2021-553. This deals with our PAL program, an amazingly successful and wonderful program that has been probably in existence longer than some of us have even been around. The thing that I'm concerned about is where the town board is passing a resolution to fund expenditures for an entity that is with an entity that is serving a 501c3 organization that exists in the town of Riverhead. And I'm very unsure about, is PAL an official town agency, an official part of the town? I know it appears in our budget, but should we be spending general funds for PAL activities?
It's a comment section.
Yeah, I would let Bill handle, I mean, I ran PAL for 20-something years, but the reason it's being done this way is because we have to pay referees and umpires for the
I understand,
game.
but shouldn't that be PAL and not the town's money's paying for it?
I'll let Bill answer it. I think it is the money that is collected from registrations from PAL.
The resolution
That
really
probably
wasn't,
goes in the general fund and then it comes out, but I'm gonna let Bill.
the resolution didn't seem to be clear on that, thank you.
Okay. Bill, can you come forward, please? Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for being patient.
There was a couple of other questions before this, but I'll answer the one on PAL first.
Okay.
It's a self-funding fund. It's not in the general fund. It's a separate fund where the registrants, similar to the recreation fund, pay all the fees for that, and it's exactly that. It's for uniforms and referees and things of that nature. So the fee that you pay to play that sport is used to pay the referees and uniforms and such.
Years ago, the town would cut me a check for the referees in my name. I would cash it, and I would pay the referees at each game. End of the year, I got a 1099. Whoa, that's not gonna happen. So that's why this had to be formed and done, because the referees would only work for cash.
Yeah.
And then they had to get a they got a W-2, I guess, or 1099 on it also about the income they earned. So they're like, we're not gonna ref games, we do this for fun, we do it for cash. And that's how it was. That's why this whole thing had to be set up that way.
And if there were other questions that needed to be answered, I know there was a question on the transfers back and forth. These are funds or projects that were closed because they came in under budget. So that's why we referencing 536 in particular. That was under budget. And as Ray's trying to fund other projects, pickleball courts and so forth, he's taking the money from here, moving into the next project that he needs to fund. That happened to be 538, where he was taking part of that money to fund another project. Okay? And the community benefit funds is in trust and agency account. It sits in that trust. It's not part of our operating budget. The budget that you see is an operating budget. Our capital budgets are approved by this board when we do capital spending, such as one of these projects, and it's funded in many ways, from grants to bonds to community benefit funds. This happened to come from trust and agency, which is where the community benefit funds lie.
Is there a way of making that, though, when it comes out on the resolutions, to make it a little more understandable?
Yeah, we can give a little more description. The accounting part, where it's a from and to, is strictly a number, an account that you wouldn't basically understand, because it's a short version of what it is. But we can put a little more in the wording going forward.
Maybe the title of the line.
Yes.
That's all we do. Put the title of the line and you're covered.
Right, well, that's what it is in the from and to, but in the wording, maybe we can add a little bit more if it seems a little
It just
clearer by
makes it,
doing that.
on somebody looking at it on the outside, it's hard for them to follow through. It's hard for us to follow through sometimes.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Bill.
I guess, Bill, my other question would be, since you move it into this community benefit fund, okay, for example, how then will these, and what are these 99,000?
Angela, just go up to the microphone so everybody can hear.
It would be, since we're moving in the community benefit fund, which is something that doesn't appear on the adopted budget, which is what is available to us as residents for information. What do monies from this fund get used for? I mean, we're moving $99,535.90 into it, and how will we know how they're accessed and what they get used for in the town? Do they appear now, do you then have to transfer monies out to general operating lines when they're needed? Is that how it works?
No.
So where do they go? What happens to them?
Well, you did reference to, so I may as well show you what you're up here. I'm trying to explain it. So these are going back into this trust and agency, the community benefit fund.
Right.
Benefit fund, which goes into trust and agency. This was a line where we had $1 million worth of community benefits, and it was allocated to education and recreation and so on and so forth, back when it happened several years ago. So now we're using it for the recreation projects here. This project came in under budget, so
Right.
it goes back into here, okay, and then it comes back out, plus additional money from the capital project reserve.
For the other one? Okay.
To
That was-
fund the 156,000.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
that's actually, you had mentioned them in sequence, 538 was the last one.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay, well, obviously, it has these appear to a layperson trying to understand how our monies get used in the town and where they go. They appear to go into Zoom, into Magic accounts, and then Zoom out of Magic accounts, and we never really quite know. So in the future, my only request is that there be more detail provided, that's all, and it's easier to understand what's going on. Thank you, and thank you.
One of the things I can do is I can make available the balances in that trust and agency account to show what's there. Obviously, as we put this 99,000 back in and we're taking it right back out to the next project, it doesn't affect the balance in that account. But we do have some monies left from my memory, we have some money left for education in that. That's really about it, unless we're putting money back in from a project that wasn't completely spent.
Okay. Hello. Okay.
Hello, John Cullen from Northville.
Hi, John.
Resolution 537, the Epcal Bike Trail. I understand there's an emergency situation to put $50,000 there. I ride that bike path a lot. I rode it this afternoon. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that path. It
It's
is a
on
beautiful
Line
ride.
Road, John.
I'm sorry?
It's on Line Road that they're referring to. Line Road?
Line Road? You mean the road from the parking lot out toward the runway?
Yeah, if you go around the back, if you're on the south side of it, Line Road comes all the way up towards the
trail
the
comes out of
parking lot.
the
The trail
woods.
comes back up.
Trail comes out of the woods,
I mean,
connects to Line
I'm
Road,
on that
and then goes
path.
back.
I rode it today. I'm on the path twice a week. I love the path. Fantastic circle. I'm a bike rider, and I don't like riding on the road anymore. So that path gives me a great place to go. Obviously, it takes me some time to get there and back, but I don't see any reason to put $50,000 into helping that path.
It's,
It's riding great. There's other things that need to be spent with $50,000 in an emergency situation, and I think you all know what I'm talking about.
I think it's just in terms of maintenance, so you have some cracks, so before they become an issue in the future, we've got to maintain it, so that's there for years to come, as opposed to letting it go and then.
I've been riding it from day one when it opened up.
So have I.
I see no difference from day one from right now, and I really enjoy my time over there. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
And John, a lot of people really love the trail. Glad to hear that you are enjoying it. I think there were some cracks over there by Line Road was one of the concerns, but the Epcal Trail is used so much that, I mean, I have asked that we determine a line that the maintenance of the trail will come from, just so
Is that
there's
on here?
ongoing maintenance.
That
That was something that I actually asked to bring up in a work
Is that
session.
the resolution?
The trail, I think that, you know, we do want to maintain the trail over a long period of time.
No, I think I know what you're talking about. I mean, there are
Right.
some divots there, but I mean, you're riding a bike. You're gonna hit divots no matter what. It's so easy. I think it's non-essential. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Okay, thank you. Tokwi? How you doing?
Hi, Takwi Turchin with Calverton. Well, in Calverton, I'm also speaking for myself at the moment. Regarding Resolution 545, the appointment of a member to the Zoning Board of Appeals, I'm very short and sweet on this. I would request that there be a re-examination of the process and make it a more open process in regard to the current appointment of the Zoning Board of Appeals, and for each of the appointments that are to be made to boards and committees within the town, Riverhead. I'd ask that you table this tonight and take another look at it. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? John?
John McAuliffe from Rolling Woods in Riverhead, or Roanoke Landing. It's listed both ways. I want to start out a little bit on process and reflection of what's happened this evening, because they're both very serious things, and I think some unnecessarily personal attacks, and I thought...
Excuse me, John, if I could just interrupt you, I just want to make sure we're clear. We're on the resolution portion of
Right, I'm
comments.
about to go into the resolution,
Wonderful.
just as a slight preface that, I mean, I agree, this is not the silly season, it's just the opposite. It's a very serious period of time in which everybody, incumbents who are running again and candidates, need to put their stuff forward, but need to do it in a serious way and should as much as possible avoid the personal attacks or diminishing of other people. So that's just having watched the meeting. My main concern is about the resolution 545. I'm going to approach it in a slightly different way that Tim you may or may not be entirely comfortable with, but I think there are two issues that as a relative outsider, that is somebody who's had a house here for 30 years and lived here full-time only for 4 years, I'm just beginning to understand the wheels with how the town works, but I think you need to consider that this is not the first time that there's been a kind of partisan choice of an appointment, and then that's basically presented. So I think you need to look at these vacancies in a way that they become part of a public discussion and application process and a comparative evaluation of candidates, and more than 2 candidates. I also think that the way it was handled in the work session, Catherine Kent tried to raise that, but it was really, you weren't here, but it was sort of a situation in which she was almost put down for bringing up the question and had very little time to do it. So I think it would be very helpful to the town, especially in this sensitive period before an election, if you did reopen it and really opened it up to candidates and a serious comparative choice, and you may wind up in the same place. But I think that process could be much better. Second is the problem of diversity. This community has evolved considerably, even in the 30 years that we've been here. And I was looking in preparation for this we have 26 committees, if I followed it correctly. 5 of them are compensated. In the population of the town at this point, it's 10% black. 3% of the members of those committees are African American. It's 15% Hispanic, 2% of the members of those committees are Hispanic. The Asian American community is 2%, and 1% of the committee members are Asian American. So I think that the whole process of figuring out how you announce and solicit participation needs to be looked at. Now there's one big category that I didn't talk about. Women are 51, this is the brand new census data, straight from the federal horse's mouth. Women are 51.5% of the population. They're 42% of committee members, but they're only 12% of the compensated committees. That is, the committees which presumably are compensated because they have a functioning governmental function and people have to put time and effort into it. So I think the question of looking at women's participation, which I think one could argue fairly that probably there are just as many qualified women as
Mr. McCullough, you have 30
qualified men.
seconds left, sir.
Okay. This is the $6,000 to $12,000 compensated positions are the planning board and the ZBA. There are no women at all in those higher compensated positions. I think for that reason alone, you need to, as of course, they're all white and they're all male. And I agree, Tim, with as being a white male, I always
That's 5 minutes, sir.
resent the sense
Sir,
that
that's
I'm
5
not
minutes.
qualified.
You can wrap it up.
Okay.
We're going to move on to the next speaker.
But I think that there needs to be a serious
Sir,
look
that's 5 minutes.
at-
You know what, I'm gonna ask if you just let him finish. I think he's close to finishing.
Right, we just need to try to move these things along so they're only 5 minutes.
Okay. I think it would be better to pause on this appointment and try to open it up so there's serious evaluation comparatively of candidates, and that it is not inappropriate to consider the fact that these boards ought to reflect the gender makeup and the ethnic and racial makeup of the community. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else from the public? That's it? All right, Diane, can you please call the resolutions?
Certainly. Resolution 535.
Budget adjustment for project 72105. So moved.
Seconded?
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
J-Rod.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 536.
Budget amendment for project number 71909. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Sayrod.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 537.
Budget adjustment for Epcal Bike Trail. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Sayrod.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 538.
Capital Project 72114, budget adoption. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Sayrod.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 539.
Approve special event Chapter 255 application for East End Rowing Institute Snowflake Regatta. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Sayrod.
Yes.
Kent.
And I'm going to recommend that everybody come down to this. This is such a cool event, and it's a perfect use of the area along the river in downtown. I vote yes.
Hubbard.
Get a seat at the Peconic Brewery, because it's like the 50-yard line for this event.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with
I
you,
didn't think
Catherine.
about
Yes,
that.
that's a yes, yes, Diane.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 540.
Approve special event Chapter 255 application for Long Island Garlic Festival, including September 18th and September 19th. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Sayrod.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 541.
Approves the fireworks permit application for Baiting Hollow Club, Saturday, August 21st, 2021. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Sayrod.
Yes.
Kent.
Those are amazing fireworks. I vote yes.
And we can see them from our house.
Yes.
They'll all be over.
That's what I was just going to say. Yes.
I usually
We'll
try to
send you
sneak
here.
in.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 542.
Appoint seasonal beach personnel to the Recreation Department. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Sayrod.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 543.
Approves a leave of absence request. So moved.
Seconded?
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Sayrod.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 544.
Ratifies and accepts the resignation of a part-time police officer. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Sayrod.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 545.
Appoints a member to the Zoning Board of Appeals. So moved.
And
Seconded.
I'm going to call for discussion here. As per the people in the community that have spoken out, I think this is another situation where the public has been cut out of this process. We could have opened this up to the public, had them submit resumes and interview them. Instead, just one person is being appointed. This is no reflection on that person at all. I don't have anything against the applicant that's in the resolution. I just think that there should be a procedure that's followed. I think it's more of a progressive way to do things, and so I call to table.
Do we have a second? Do we have a second to table this resolution according to Councilwoman Kent? We don't have a second. We're going to move forward. Diane, continue reading the resolutions, please.
Okay, so we had it was moved and seconded, correct?
Yes.
So I guess we're at the vote.
Yes.
Oh, for the resolution, not
Right.
to table, okay?
Right, to vote, right, okay.
Okay, vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Sayrod.
Yes.
Kent.
And I'm going to also add to my comments that the ZBA is a paid position. The ZBA is a very important position. They make a lot of decisions that affect our everyday lives. So I think it should have been opened up. I vote no.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 546.
Awards bid for map of country trails road improvements. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Sayrod.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Just 1 second. Okay. Yes, thank you.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 547.
Authorizes town clerk to publish and post bid for Dow Flake Extra 83 to 87% calcium chloride or equal. So moved.
Seconded?
Vote please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Ayrod.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 548.
P&P bid for removal of household hazardous waste. So moved.
Second.
Vote please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Ayrod.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 549.
Authorizes town clerk to P&P bid for police uniform items. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Ayrod.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yeah.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 550.
And just before I read the resolution, well, I'll read it first. It's published and posted for public hearing to amend Chapter 207 of the Code of the Town of Riverhead entitled Animals to add Article 4. I was just asking before we take a vote if we can just amend it. This pertains to dogs and cats, but matching up to the state code, I would like to add rabbits to the equation. And so it just matches up to state, and so I wanted to know if we can add that in as part of it or amend the,
So you're
so that when
amending,
we have the public hearing that they're,
you're amending the
can-
resolution?
yes, please.
Okay, I think you gotta get
Vote
us.
to amend it, yeah.
Yeah, so can I, I'll make a
They'll
motion.
they'll take a vote on your amendment.
Yeah, so can I make a motion to amend it to include rabbits into it, to the pet store?
I'll
So it
second
would say
that.
bred dogs, cats, and rabbits in pet stores,
I'll
and
second
wherever it
that.
applies,
Right.
Oh, we vote on it as amended, right?
so,
Okay.
so we vote on the amendment to add rabbits.
All right, so we're up to you moved it, you seconded?
Right.
Okay.
He
So we're-
seconded.
the vote is to amend it.
Okay. We're voting.
I thought you had a vote to amend.
I thought we usually vote as amended, don't we? We don't vote
Yeah,
to
vote
amend.
as amended.
Yes, you're
Yeah,
right.
we just vote
You're
as
right.
amended.
Done
You're right.
where
Amended.
we voted as amended. We don't really have an actual statutory provision that's in front of us, but, because, so what you're looking to do is wherever it says dogs and cats, we're going to make that
Add rabbits into the
Dogs.
equation,
cats and rabbits.
yeah, and so that they are part of the public hearing as well.
So we're gonna move a resolution.
But this
amended language.
resolution was just for the public hearing. It's not the actual resolution.
Yeah, but I want it to be part of, so when people comment on it, that it includes
So
all
it would
three.
be the proper
Domesticated animals.
resolution put up for the public hearing.
Okay,
Okay.
so we want to vote on as amended?
There's a motion.
That's what we usually do.
And
Yeah.
vote on as amended. We're gonna have to make changes to reflect those changes.
Yep.
Okay. So Rothwell.
Yes.
Ayrod.
Yes, as
Kent.
amended.
Kent.
Yes, as amended.
Hubbard.
Yes, as amended to P&P.
Aguirre.
Yes, that's amended.
The resolution is adopted as amended.
Thank you.
Resolution 551.
Authorizes the execution of a proposal for environmental and safety investigation of unsafe structure at 168 Creek Road, Wading River. So moved.
Seconded?
Vote please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Ayrod.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 552.
Authorizes funding application to New York State for Downtown Revitalization Initiative, Round 5. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Ayrod.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 553.
Authorizes the supervisor to execute agreement with Riverhead Youth Sports, Inc. for the referee umpire services for the Town of Riverhead Police Athletic League football program for 2021 calendar year. So moved.
And seconded.
Vote please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Ayrod.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 554.
Pays bills, so moved.
Seconded.
Vote please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Ayrod.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted.
Okay. So this is going to conclude our resolutions for today, and at this point, we're going to open it up for public comments on any matter to the public, and we have Tucker back. Okay. George, all yours.
Hello again, Takwi Turchin, Cowichan Civic. Very briefly, I'd like to thank the board. I know it's late. I've been here every minute you've been here. I'm glad I'm here, and I'm glad I've invested the time. I'm most especially happy that it's a 6 p.m. meeting. I'd like to see public included And you saw that tonight, I saw that tonight, and I'd like to see this room filled like that with every meeting you hold. When meetings are held at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, for whatever benefit, it does not benefit the public. And when meetings are held without the benefit of that terrific idea you guys had last year, and you enabled Zoom for all town board meetings, it makes it that much more difficult for the voices of the community to be heard. Tonight, I heard very courageous people step forward, and I can just about bet that there's at least 5 people for every person that spoke tonight that didn't have that courage. I want to enable people, if that's a good use of enabling, and encourage them to come here and to feel that this is their town hall. And I hope that that's also your intent and your execution. A couple meetings ago, I made it a request for further open process on the information that you provide inside the town agenda. One was on correspondence and requesting that each of the letters that are submitted on your agenda, also that appears on the website, also be in the .pdf format so that the public can read what other people in the public have to say, rather than relying on someone maybe to come and read it into the record. And my second request at that time, and I'll repeat it, is for the resolutions that are in the resolution packet, that they please be put in their draft form on the day that you receive it. I believe it's on Thursdays, maybe it's Wednesday, so you can actually read some of it. I'd like it to go up onto the website for the public to be encouraged to learn and understand what's running their government. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Takwe.
Anyone else?
Good evening.
Good evening, Kelly.
Kelly McClinchy, Manorville. I wanted to bring up a few things this evening, just to go over a little bit of a timeline. The first time I came into this room to speak to anybody in Town Hall about the water, it was October 2019. And I don't want to say that the requests fell on deaf ears, but we'll just say they fell on unhelpful ears. From there was some significant changes in the board, January 2020. In February 2020, you approved the map and plan. Because of COVID, there was a delay, and it didn't end up happening for a few months. As of right now, we're a year and a half into this, and we're really not into this water situation. Supervisor, you brought up a point earlier tonight, and I just wanted to reiterate it for a moment. You explained part of your background, your history, and how you got to this point. And you made mention there that you hold a doctorate degree. And when I first met you, I told you I hold the same degree. And when I say to you that we are often judged by what we finish, not by what we start, I'm sure you completely understand that. What you've done is a big endeavor. This water issue is a big endeavor. But in the last 2 weeks, I've attended this meeting. I attended the meeting, I believe it was August 3rd. And the town board has significantly been in the public eye when it comes to housing, when it comes to food provisions in terms of the COVID CARES Act, and when it comes to water. Shelter, food, and water. It really seems like this town is paying attention to survival, and I hope you are. Perception is everything. Let me explain. On tonight's agenda, there are 2 resolutions. I understand the difference between the water issue and these resolutions. But Resolution 552, that you passed unanimously, is authorizing funding application for $20 million for a town square. You know what $20 million will get Manorville? Water to every single faucet, and then some. Clean, safe drinking water. And I also want to bring up Resolution 537, EPCAL Bike Trail. The land that Riverhead Town owns in EPCAL, there is a good possibility that that land and whatever the town might benefit from that land has hurt and is continuing to hurt your residents in Manorville and Calverton. And I don't have the specific wording of the entire resolution here, but I do believe that it said emergency funding. Emergency for a bike trail? Really? And then, when Mr. Cullen asked this evening, what does that mean? The description was, there's cracks by Line Road. Honestly, I think that you should be more concerned about what the residents on Line Road are drinking than the cracks in the bike trail. I understand it's only $50,000. That's not going to solve the water issue. But like I said, perception is everything. This is how the community is perceiving you. Housing, food, water. Supervisor, you tell us every meeting, I've been here all summer, been to every meeting, and it goes without fail that you say it's silly season. Like I said when I started, you are going to be judged by what you finish, not by what you start. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Anyone else?
Thank you, Kelly.
John McAuliffe from Roanoke Landing.
How many times have you been out up here
This is
today?
the third, and these
Oh,
are two
okay.
totally different things, and I
Just keep on seeing
apologize.
you there
Yeah, no, I
permanently.
could just rent space right here.
Oh, okay. We charge.
No, these are two, one more serious than the other. I assume you saw in the local today the story about the arguments about masking. And if you've been watching the news, you've seen that these events have been targeted by people who have political agendas and have brought crowds of people, and there's been violence actually in California on the streets in Los Angeles, but there's also been some fairly intense conflict with people coming from out of the community. I'm just signaling that as something that I hope that the town, the school board is a different institution, but I hope the town with the police authority is conscious that there is a potential problem coming our way as for every other community. The second thing, Tim, you'll love this.
Casino?
No, decibel meter.
Okay.
Decibel meter. If the town is not going to use decibel meters, the drag racing starts on Saturday. Is it possible for us to borrow them, and are they relatively straightforward that
We can't, as a town agency, we can't do that. I mean, that's like the guy in the highway department loaning
Okay,
tools
all right,
out to
no, I just-
somebody. We can't.
That's fine, I can understand.
I'll tell you what, John, if it is an issue, which I doubt it's going to be, I'm relatively assured it's not going to be.
Call us.
Call us, and if we need be, we can get some.
I thought you're all gonna be there.
We can,
It's sold
I'm not
out on
going
the first
anywhere with crowds like that right now, because
Yvette
somebody's
is
gonna
going to
bump
be
into me
driving
and
a
make me
car.
very angry.
Yes, I am.
So,
And
but,
Ms. Swift, reach out to me.
Okay.
So, you know what, John, if we need to get them out, we can. I think there's one in
Yeah, no,
Cole.
I've heard
and-
that,
And
and I
there's one we
respect it.
will, and I'm gonna be there a good part of the day. And
Okay.
I did an inspection yesterday. I did an inspection with the DEC a few days ago, and we've been monitoring that. We gotta make sure that this is, gonna go off.
Okay, well, I certainly
So-
hope you're correct, because it's clear that it's sold out already for Saturday and probably for the weekend. and-
Right, and it's street cars. That's why they call it
I
street
know,
cars.
I
They
have my
have
fingers
motors.
crossed.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
Anyway.
And we wanna make sure that everything takes off.
Okay,
John,
all
so-
right. So, but I know where to find you.
Yeah, you know where to find me. And I know where to find you too. You're gonna be nearby. Okay, so that brings us to the last, I think, announcement, I guess. Saturday commences, our racing. The whole community is, excited. It's at, the runway at EPCAL. It will be monitored. They are gonna have private security. law enforcement, fire department, ambulance, it seems like everything that had to be carried out. And there's still tickets online, I guess, he just said, right? And I hope that everybody can come out and you can tailgate, and it's a great community event, and hopefully it's going to take off well. I'm sure it will. And everyone, I want you to be safe. Any problems, any questions, anything concerning vaccinations, please call our office, 631-727-3200, extension 252. Especially the seniors, we'll help you locate a vaccination, we'll help you register.
Excuse me, just one second. I also want to announce that the Polish Festival at
Oh, yeah,
Polish
yeah.
Hall will
Oh,
be
yeah.
this Saturday as well. It starts at 11 a.m. They're going to use both parking lots and the inside space there. I'm looking forward to some really delicious kibasi sandwiches and some cold Zivich beer. So please, if you're interested in the Polish heritage of this town, please come down. It starts at 11, and I think it goes until midnight. Great music and a live band and
vendors?
and a couple of vendors just from Polish Hall itself, yes.
All right. Good stuff.
Yes.
All right, everyone, thank you and be safe.
All right.